WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Something called My People. Put your hands together. Let me bring on stage Wayne Hayde, better known as Watchman.
I'm an African, I'm a West Indian, I'm a Trinbagonian. Yes, all these things are true. But I'm a working man, a Calypsonian, I'm your fellow human. Yes, I am one of you. But every time I ask you to choose your people, you start using color and class one time. But as a man who knows how it is to struggle, let me tell you how I choose mine. Like if a man could sell on the highway all day, just to try and live on it, keep back in a quarry for small pay. Anytime he wants, he can walk with me. But if you call yourself a top lawyer, but go to court and lie to try to save a drug pusher, if Dolce the money make you fat while your conscience grows small, you're a leech and you're not my people at all. Rise up, my people, let the world know you are alive. Let them see that despite our struggle, my people are bound to survive. Men go walk over and then beg father just to get $1. Yes, we want to be rich. We don't have money, but we'll play lottery because we think we're lucky. Yes, back and forth we switch. But some of the rich people you admire, their business is laundering drug money. And when they try to outsmart the mafia, the grave is a cane field in Caroni. But if a man could sell cloth and barra on a bike, and 20 years later he gets wealthy, he could build up as many plazas as he likes. That is the progress I want to see. But if today a man broke and hungry, and tomorrow he driving posh motor car, my people may never own a Ferrari, but at least we could get old and retire. Rise up, my people, let the world know you are alive. Let them see that despite our struggle, my people are bound to survive. There are autocrats playing Democrats to control you peewats. Yes, that's your legacy. Talking integration, but to their children teach segregation. Yes, divided unity. So you only go to shows that have your own people. Africans go to Pan, Indians Diwali, Naga. But when the both of you come out your shows and you miss your vehicle, well, it's your own people thief your motor car. But if a man could marry a woman, not his race, and both of them could live as one family, and their children play with your children, no disgrace. That is the essence of unity. But if a nightclub refuse me entry, saying gollywog scam mixed with these so-called whites, that white boy who killed short to skip the country, cause in local jail every night is gollywog night. Rise up, my people, let the world know you are alive. Let them see that despite all struggle, my people have come to survive.
When here, the Watchman.
Not hearing you, Anslam. Not hearing you. Not hearing you, no. You. Not hearing you. Not hearing you, Anslam. Still, no. You, Anslam. Not hearing you, Anslam. They're not hearing you. They're not hearing you, Anslam. They're hearing me, but they're not hearing you, Anslam. I am not hearing you. Are you guys hearing Anslam? Are you guys hearing Anslam? Are you guys hearing Anslam? Yes or no? Somebody say yes or no. No, they're not hearing you, Anslam. Nobody's hearing you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to iron out these technical glitches. I'm trying to convey to Anslam that I'm not hearing him, but I don't think he's comprehending me. Technical glitches. Technical glitches. They'll be fixed. Now, continue. Just now, I was hearing you just now. Lost you again. Continue. Lost you again.
No, you lost me. There we go.
Now I'm hearing you.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But with a lot of scratchy noise, with a lot of scratchy background.
There are a lot of scratchy background.
Yeah, very like a feedback.
I don't know, boy. Like they don't want to talk the way maybe Watchman. I think that's what. How about that, Dan?
Huh? They don't
Is that
want to
any
talk.
better?
I'm still hearing the scratchy, scratch.
All right, look,
Like
you
yeah.
gotta deal with that as you go. You gotta deal with it.
But no, it's very odd. It's not legible what you're saying.
It's not legible.
It's like delayed and it's a feedback. Everybody's saying a loud feedback.
It's a low feedback.
Yeah, like a scratch. Every time you speak, you're hearing shh. Thank you, Rajvi. Hello, Ron. Fish stick. Nuts. Crazy cake.
Okay.
Lana. Mm. Takesha. Nadia. Albert. Not, no, worse.
That's good. That's not better.
Worse. No,
Huh?
worse. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3, 4. In the village.
No. We're terrible. Terrible. Something you plug it the wrong place or something you're getting a bad feedback. You have another implement on somewhere or something? Mm-mm.
When I said giving a bad feedback, you hear noise, you don't hear me at all.
I'm hearing you, but it doesn't sound great. I'm trying, yeah. All right, guys, we're gonna try and iron out the technical glitches. Hi, everybody. What y'all doing? Everybody behaving themselves? I don't have to go. I don't have to get no coquille broom tonight. Anselm needs a PDP mic. Yeah, no, yeah, crazy cake. I agree with you. Hello, Hailey. We're trying to iron out some technical difficulties before we get the program growing. Fish stick, you bad today? I tell you, I'm gonna fry you. You know, I in the mood to eat fish.
How about this then? Testing 1, 2.
Are you using a new no? Are you using a new mic?
No, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Okay. Is there somebody in your house can come and just talk on the mic off air and you go off and hear and hear for yourself how they're sounding?
No, I'll remember. Wait, yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah.
Woo! No. Ansem, no good. No good. Yeah, the mic must be sick, Rajvi. It's happened before. So Ansem figures it out.
No, keep talking, please. Keep talking. Ah, okay. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Are you hearing me?
Yes, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm scratching.
Yeah, but you're scratchy. You're very scratchy.
Okay. Interesting. How about that? Is that more better?
No, it's very terrible.
Let me do something here.
Wow, it's challenging. It's gotten worse. Diana, are you there? Aslam, would you like us to come off and you restart the whole system? Diana, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, that's quite good. You're clear to me too.
Something is going on with his mic.
Hello.
Yes.
That's more like it.
Diana.
Yes, we're
Welcome.
hearing you. We're hearing
Welcome
you.
to the village. We're in the village
Wait, are you
now.
hearing me? Wait,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can hear if you hear me. Wait,
Yes, I'm
are you hearing
hearing
me?
you. Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay,
No,
he's hearing me now. He's
he's
hearing me
talking to
now.
Wayne.
Oh,
Diana, are you hearing me?
yes.
Diana,
Yes, I'm
are you
hearing
hearing
you.
me now?
Yes.
Okay, Tommy, are you hearing me now?
Very clear.
Okay, folks, I think whatever it is, the technical difficulties we had, I think we fixed now. All right. So
Somebody said to hit the mic a hard
but let me
lash.
do one thing though. Even if it's fixed, I got to do one other thing.
Oh boy.
I got to get this now. All right. So, folks, how about that?
That's better.
Yeah. Don't touch anything, please.
No. It's not having to touch anything. You had to, sometimes things just happen out of
No,
force. So, folks,
you just a wrecker.
it's in the village of the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. All right, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. So we're gonna do things a little different tonight. Since Dr. Wayne Hayde have been waiting patiently in the background for us, let's go directly to the man of the hour, no other than Dr. Wayne Hayde. Dr. Hayde, welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Let me just introduce the two other people that are here with us. That's why you call ourselves the Dark Triplets. DAG is Dark Triplets. D is Diana. Diana is considered to be the storm. A is myself and some of Wall Street. I'm considered to be Flash or Wall Street. G is Gary. Gary is considered to be the Phantom. And Gary's a little under the weather tonight. And we have a fourth person as well, Tommy. Tommy is considered to be the commissioner here in Newark. Dr. Hayde, welcome to In the Village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM.
It's Mike.
Unmute your mic.
Bring
Good.
him in.
You hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Mm.
I said thank you very much for inviting me. I'm happy to be here.
Well, you know, Dr. Hayde, I am a fan of the Watchman, and the many calypsos that you have rendered in the past, you know, was very, very, to me, was very fantabulous, splendiferous, as well as splendiferous. You know, but let me start on a few things first. Where are you currently located? Where are you currently located?
Right now, I'm in Kampala, in Uganda.
Wow, how long have you been there?
Well, I've been in the region since around 2009. I before retiring from the UN, I served as the Chief of Conduct and Discipline for the part of the region in Africa, East Africa, Darfur and Somalia, and Addis Ababa and Nairobi, the UN missions there. So I served as the chief for the staff and other personnel in those missions. So
it was like the chief of the THA assembly. You was a chief like that one?
No, not like that one. I was more like almost like a commissioner of police.
Yeah, actually went there, right? The man went there, you went there.
But I was responsible for basically guarding the guards. The UN has about 5 or 6 categories of personnel, and each category has their own rules and procedures for if they do anything wrong. So if they commit an offense in accordance with the UN rules or the state rules where they are and so on, then somebody has to look at the situation and decide what action, if any, the UN can take to address their misconduct. So the conduct and discipline team is the one that who's under whose portfolio that falls. So I was the chief for that region, and previously I was the chief for the Middle East missions, namely Lebanon, Israel, Syria, Cyprus, and Italy.
So you know, you were in charge of Lebanon when Senator David Naked was in Lebanon?
Well, I was never in charge of Lebanon.
No, I mean
yes.
You know what I tried to say?
Yes. I was in Lebanon. Of course, he was there for a very long time, but when I was there, he was there. In fact, I spoke to another footballer who was there during that time, but I never got an opportunity to speak to David Naked. Okay.
Now, how did you end up at the UN?
To make a long story short, there was a lady who was a UN staff member who had an issue that needed some advice, and I was the president of the police association at the time, and somebody advised her to speak to me. So she spoke to me, and I give my 2 cents worth. And then she asked me one day, have you ever considered joining the UN? And I said, no, I didn't. I knew about the UN, but not how it works or anything. And she brought a form for me, and I filled out the form and submitted it, and it apparently went around into different places and ended up in Rwanda. And actually 2.5 years later, I got a call for a position in Rwanda after the genocide. So I went to Rwanda as a witness support officer and an investigator.
What year was that? What year was that?
That was 1998. I had just completed my master's in protection management in John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York.
And you just decide, boy, you're making that move.
Well, at the time I was making more than one move, because during that same time, everything happened at the same time. During that time, I had applied to migrate to Canada and succeeded. So I did two things at the same time. I migrated to Canada and then went to Rwanda.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. You know, so you figure out that this will be a great move for you. Now, are you still you currently still in that, or you're doing something different currently?
No, I took early retirement. I'm a double retiree. I've retired from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and from the United Nations. Now I work as a volunteer director for an NGO where we provide we go to poor villages in Uganda and provide medical testing, screening, referral, and counseling to people for a various number of diseases that occur in these countries, and not everywhere, because they're not small like Trinidad or as organized as the United States. So therefore, people live in remote villages sometimes where there are no big hospitals or big clinics, and sometimes they need assistance in terms of coming and providing them with medicines and with referrals and with assistance to take care of their medical problems.
No, so Dr. Hayde, before we come up to 2021, I want to go back a little bit. Right? And I want to try to go back to maybe the 1990s, right?
Yeah.
And you could correct me if I'm wrong. On the day of the coup, right, you were previously suspended by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for whatever reason, I don't know. And on the day of the coup, you finally came off suspension, right? Is that correct?
No, actually, I didn't come off suspension. That's another story of an incident that happened when I was president of the Students' Guild on campus, and tried to defend some students against bullies, and a police officer tried to use it against me to have them charge me for an offense. Eventually, the state offered no evidence in the matter. But when the coup took place, I was still on suspension. And on that day in particular, I was in headquarters. And then I left headquarters to go to the stadium because Trinidad was playing Martinique in football. And I was there and heard the songs and saw Ralph Brown running up the stairs and up and down. And I know if Ralph Brown was running, something was wrong. Because he was a big guy. So if you see him running, hustling up the stairs and hustling back down, something is wrong. And I went and I found out that there was a coup going on. And so I drove home through all the looting in the city, and I lived in St. Joseph area, made sure my family was okay. And then I reported for duty at one of the police posts in Samoa. And I stayed there throughout the period of the coup.
Oh, wow, interesting. So I want to kind of move forward a little bit now. You know, to all this career you had. What was your highest rank in the TTPS?
A police corporal.
Police corporal. That's the 2 stripes, right? That's the 2 stripes one, right?
2 stripes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So they ain't call it the 2 stripe, man.
Not yet, but
By the
maybe they
way,
might start now.
how did you come up with the name Watchman? How did you come up with that name?
Okay. When I was on campus, that was the first time I decided to write a calypso and sing it. Prior to that, when I was a police officer, I worked in Besson Street Police Station, and there were always extra duty for police officers at the calypso tents. You know, especially opposite them boys' jail. And I would listen to all the calypsonians, and I felt I could do it. But when I was on campus, they had a calypso competition, and I decided to enter. And since I was a first-year student, I'm a freshman, I called myself Calypso Fresh. And I entered the competition, and I won. Destroyed the place. And because of the calypso, and because people heard me the calypso, I ran for guild president as a first-year student and won. So then I saw the independence competition coming up in 1988, and I decided that I was going to try my hand at it. So I didn't know. I got the form, and I had to fill it out, and what name would I use? I can tell you the first name I thought about, Rebel Wayne. And then I thought of Chronicle, you know, because I wanted to record what was happening. But one night I was watching Errol Fabian and those guys on Gael, and Rash Otiai and the Family Circle was singing a song called "The Watchman on the Walls of Jerusalem," and I said, a watchman is supposed to look out for people, warn them when something is going wrong, you know, basically be, you know, the mouthpiece, the tongue crier, the person who alerts them. So I said, the watchman. I wrote the watchman on the form.
Interesting.
And the rest was history. I went to the competition with a song called Boots and Brains and Gun Religion.
Yeah.
And I won.
Now, did you ever win the Calypso King?
No, I know. I came third once and fourth twice. I won the Young King. I won 2 Independence Monarch Kings and several police, but never the King.
The King. Never the big one.
No.
Never the big one. But Dr. Hayde, you have come back into the limelight with a bang, and the limelight kind of started, right? We can say that you applied previously for the COP position, right? The COP position.
Yes.
And, you know, your name was on the list, so to speak, and then they remove you from the list. Tell us exactly what happened. Tell us what happened.
Right. Well, first of all, you know, I applied from abroad, so you're at a disadvantage. The people don't really know who you are, except those within the service, in the hierarchy and certain levels. They're all familiar with me, but those who doing interviews and so on, not so much. But yet still, I did well enough in the process to be on near the top of the list, near the top. And then a decision was made by the then Police Service Commission, a decision which I believe to be wrong, unfair, prejudicial, and biased. They made a decision because the persons who topped the list in terms of the initial part of the process, the interviews and so on, that they didn't like those persons, because I can tell you from the seeding, it was Gary Griffith, Stephen Williams, Michael Seals, Anand Ramesa, and then myself, and then there were other officers. And then they made a decision that they would include Harold Phillip and Dulal Shan, who did not apply for commissioner. They applied for deputy commissioner, and they told me so themselves. They decided to include them.
Let me make sure I understand this. So there were 5 top candidates.
Yes.
And then the commission decided to include 2 people who never applied for the position.
Yes, they applied for deputy commissioner, not for commissioner.
Okay.
So what they did, they sat down and they did their own assessment, which they can do at the end of a process, because it's not only just the points you make under each heading. An employer or a prospective employer can also look at certain things that will be needed to perform the job: suitability, reputation, other factors that they can look at in terms of giving you or deciding where to place you on the merit list. But they decided that they will go outside of the persons who applied for commissioner, because some applied for deputy commissioner and commissioner, some applied for commissioner alone or deputy commissioner alone. I applied for commissioner alone, and Gary Griffith applied for commissioner alone. And I assume that Stephen Williams applied for commissioner alone. So they decided they're going to bring in those 2 persons who did not apply for commissioner and place them at the top of the list.
Can you speculate why?
I don't want to speculate why. What I would say is that it's obvious that persons, when they work within an environment with other people closely, you might develop an affinity towards those persons, a certain amount of affection and knowledge of that person's skills and abilities, or knowledge of that person's worth or integrity or things like that. And then if you see the person didn't apply for the post, they might have decided that they would level the playing field by digging it up, by digging up the field and kicking off all the people who were there on it. Now, in my case, they couldn't do that. So what they did, they went and sought legal advice from a senior counsel to say that since I was 60 years of age at the time I applied, I couldn't be granted the job because the retirement age for the police service is 60. Even though the regulations, the police service regulation itself makes a provision for police officers to go until 63. And they did that with Kenny Mohammed. They did that with James Philbert. And they served after reaching the age of 60. And they did that even though this was a new process and procedure in which the person was not a police officer who joined the service like I did as a constable and came through the ranks. A civilian could come in and become commissioner like they did with someone who was not in the police, trying to become police, like Dwayne Gibbs and so on. And those guys, if they had stayed for the second contracts, it would have been over the age of 60. But it's a contract, and therefore it was not in accordance with the normal regulations. But they got advice from some senior counsel who I wouldn't comment on that, but what I can say as an attorney at law myself, that if you go around to 5 different lawyers, you could get 3 or 5 different opinions depending on what you're seeking to have.
Or
So
you
they
can
got
get
an
your
opinion.
Or you can get your opinion you're looking for.
Yes, sometimes people seek to it's in law they call it for that, so they call it forum shopping. You might go until you I know, to different courts or to different places. I don't know how many persons they went to, but from what I understand, the advice they got is that I should be excluded. So they excluded me. And I heard that even before they invited me for the second interview, which was interesting. I heard that, but they were afraid to exclude me at that time because they felt I probably would have gone to court, and so they called me down, and I did the entire process, and then they never wrote me to tell me that. I only found out that through the media that I had been excluded that way. And then,
but Dr. Hayde,
and then
could that
they lied.
Could that be age discrimination?
It is age discrimination, but it's not only it is not only age discrimination. It is prejudice and bias against a person who fulfills the requirements that you yourself have set. And then at the end, you will say, oh, even though there was never any provision in it that you have to be a certain age. If that was the case, they could have excluded me from the very beginning. You see? But what they did, maybe the results that came up wasn't to their liking. And I always felt that had I been on the merit list, even if at number 5, my number could have been called, because I still command, and I did command a certain level of respect among rank and file officers, especially those who knew me within the last 25 years. The younger guys, ladies and gentlemen, may not know me, but the older ones certainly do. And I think my service has allowed me to obtain a certain amount of respect from them.
But Dr. Hayde, do you think that the system, and I'm going to say straight out, do you think the system is rigged in order for them to come to the conclusion that they want to come to?
Well, I don't think the system itself is rigged. What I understand from doing a lot of interviews of a lot of people over time is that everybody know people, and you know everything about them, and sometimes they're competing against people that you know nothing about. And that affinity, that personal knowledge sometimes clouds people's judgments in terms of making decisions. Because in this case here, to go that far to when to get advice to exclude someone shows that, and to bring in persons who did not apply for the position, in my opinion, shows that you didn't like the results that you were getting. So you make your own results.
Dr. Hayde, that means the system is rigged. That's
no.
You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it.
I never say. I never say. Sometimes, no matter what system you create, no matter how perfect on paper it is, once you have human beings having to implement it, then you may find differences. That's why all courts of appeal have more than one judge, and so on. You know, even your own Supreme Court in the United States, because you know that people have different opinions and different beliefs and different values that they bring to the bench. Now, what upset me the most about it is that they lied when they came to Parliament, the parliamentary committee, and said that they had asked all the candidates whether they wish to be considered for the deputy commissioner and commissioner posts. They never asked me that. And they did not ask that of Gary Griffith. Because that's what he told me.
But you sure that's true though, if he tell you that?
Yes, I believe him. I believe when he, yes.
All right, okay,
yes.
okay.
I believe it.
So we see you went through that process, and it was somewhat of an eye-opening process for you, right? And going into it, you thought you had a fair shot, right?
Yes, I thought I had a fair chance. People encouraged me to apply before that time, but I did not. But I felt that this was the time for me to put my hand in, and all I wanted was a fair opportunity, which unfortunately I did not get.
So why didn't you take them to court? Well, why did you decide not to take them to court?
Because Trinidad and Tobago is my country. Believe it or not, I'm a patriot. And they were going through a struggle in order to get a substantive police commissioner. If I had gone to court, there would have been some delays. And there would have been some resentment, not only from members of the Police Service Commission, other candidates, people in the public. And I didn't really need the police commissioner's post to validate my existence or to cap my success, as it were. You know, I reached very high where I was, and I could do several things at the same time. I did fairly well in life, so I didn't think I needed to go through that, because one of the things could happen is that you might win the battle but lose the war, in that you alienate those who have to make decisions in terms of a merit list coming to Parliament later on.
Yeah, but Dr. Hayde, you were treated unjustly though. If you don't stand up for treatment unjustly, the system will continue to treat others unjust. Somebody had to stand up in order to change the system.
Well, let me put it this way. I have fought many battles and have won many and lost some. This was one that I decided, for the benefit of the police service and for the benefit of the officers who were applying and waiting for an opportunity to serve as commissioner, that this was my contribution, a bit of self-sacrifice.
Okay, I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. Now they went through the process, right? And Gary Griffith ended up coming out to be the person that was selected by the government. That's what I was saying.
Number 4.
Because at the end of the day, the government is the one who making decision.
Yes, because it's simple majority in Parliament, so therefore it's whoever the government wants in the position, they have the votes to vote.
Right.
So the opposition could also support or not support.
Well, the opposition abstain. The opposition abstain.
Yeah, they abstain.
All of them abstain from Gary Griffith. Now they're fighting for Gary Griffith like if no other now. I mean, them and Gary, all of them and Gary Griffith in the same foxhole now. They abstain then. Yesterday was yesterday and today is today.
I tutored politics, introduction to politics, for 2 years at UWE after I finished my first degree.
Yeah.
And what I tell people about politics and politicians, it is what you can gain at the moment. Sometimes it's not long-term thinking. Is short to medium-term gain with the hope that you will benefit down the road. Now, oppositions never like to support government decisions, because if it goes well, then they can't argue against it. And if it goes badly, then they were part of it. So even if they want to, they will tend to abstain. So they keep their powder dry for later on.
Oh, all right. So I understand it. So that's why the opposition was telling people to go out and march, and when they go in parliament, they sing a different song. You know, they sing one song outside the parliament, and when they go inside the parliament, they sing a different song. That's the way politicians act. That's what you're telling me.
Well, what I'm telling you is that you use your power base as it exists. When you're in opposition and you don't hold the reins of power in a country, you do not have not even the instruments of coercion, you know, or the instruments of influence. So that's when you're supposed to march and build support outside. When you're in parliament or when you're in government, then it will look counterproductive to see the government marching. Who you're marching against? You're basically marching against yourself, whereas the opposition is always marching against the ones who hold the reins of power.
So Diana and Tommy, you guys can jump in anytime. Now, Dr. Hayde, when Gary Griffith was selected as the Commissioner of Police in August 2018, in your estimation, do you feel that was a good decision for Trinidad and Tobago?
No, but I felt it was the best decision in the circumstances, because let's look at the facts. Stephen Williams was the acting commissioner for a while, and in my opinion, he did not do a very good job. Okay, and Stephen is a friend of mine. I like him. We served together in the Police Social and Welfare Association from the very beginning, and he's a person of high moral integrity and a nice human being. But if I'm being honest,
is that based on facts, or is that based on your opinion? Because I must tell you that when I look at the murders under Stephen Williams, and I look at the murders under Gary Griffith in a much shorter period of time, to me, Gary Griffith was an abysmal failure. Secondly, secondly,
go ahead.
When I look at kidnapping under James Filbert, which highest any 1 year was 150, and I look at the kidnapping under Stephen Williams, I think the highest 1 year was maybe 7, and 1 or 2 other years was 0 and 3. To me, that has a significant impact on Trinidad and Tobago. So if we are comparing statistics for statistics, and we are going based on the facts of statistics, Stephen Williams was a way better commissioner than Gary Griffith. That's my opinion, based on the stats.
And I accept your opinion because you're using statistics, and you could tell the truth or you could lie with statistics as well. But what I'm talking about is my opinion on a more broader range of factors. Let me give you one that I can tell you. I believe that his failure to promote police officers quickly, and his hesitation to promote because some people will go to court, meant that the police service suffered from a succession gap. So that what you had is that all the officers at the top level were all around the same age and due to retire at the same time, and there was a gap between them and officers who should have gotten an opportunity to serve and build their knowledge, build their expertise, and be in line to succeed in the police service. And that lack of succession planning, to me, was one of the things I faulted Stephen Williams for. As I said,
but Dr. Hayde, if you ask the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which one would they rather? Would you rather a low murder rate and the succession rate is not as good as it is? If you ask the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which one would you rather? Which one do you think they will say?
Well, let me put it this way. Nobody wants to be murdered. nobody wants to be killed. And the murder rate for a country as small as Trinidad is way too much. I have been in countries that have much more political and social instability than Trinidad and Tobago, and I felt safer there because the risk of getting killed with guns, especially, in my opinion, is much lower. Now, Trinidad always had a problem over the years with not only a high murder rate, but a low solving rate. You see, if you could solve a good percentage of your murders and other crimes, then that could also serve as a way to prevent people from committing these crimes. But the solving rate was very low. And you don't blame only, you can't blame the commissioner of police for that. You have to blame partly the system and the things that we have in Trinidad and Tobago we don't have, that doesn't allow us to solve more murders in a small country. So in terms of, I'm not going to argue with your statistics and in terms of your opinion as to the commissioners. What I will tell you is that was my view of Stephen and the two deputies who worked with him. I felt that the government felt that they had their opportunity and they squandered it, or they didn't make the best use of it. So it came down, it dropped down into Gary's lap. And people were crying out for change or for betterment or for an improvement. And there was Gary talking the talk, talking a good game, even though I knew that he lacked the experience and the knowledge to perform adequately in the commissioner of police position. But I felt that if he was willing to harness the skills, knowledge, and experience of the police officers around him at the senior level, particularly, then and take advice and listen to how things are to be done, he would learn the culture and the dynamics of the police service, and he would be able to do a very good job. That was my belief. And I still believe that had he followed that kind of model, then he would have done better. But he made an error, which I know that you probably pointed out many times to people, by saying, judge me on the murder rate. It's a big mistake to make. You know, and if you're going to judge someone on that, and
Dr. Hayde, so far, right, I have made that statement, and you know, there is more intelligent people in Trinidad than I am. I'm just a little black boy from Chumaka, Claventil, you know, and I happen to teach at a university.
That has nothing to do with your intelligence level. I've been to many universities, and not all the intelligent people reside there.
No, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But you know, it's just that many people in Trinidad and Tobago, unfortunately, sometimes don't take the time to do a little research. If somebody tell you the sky is green, and that person is a person in power, you believe the sky is green, right? And they will just say, the sky is green, and then people start to regurgitate that the sky is green. So when I heard Gary Griffith said that, judge me based on the murder rate, I said, but wait now, boy, I said, I like that. August 2018, but I said, boy, We have a man here, thing going on change, boy. You know, and you know what I used to put? We have a new sheriff in town. Because you know in America
sheriff.
we have sheriff.
Yes,
Right?
I know.
When new sheriff come in, the whole thing change up. Right?
Right.
So I say about new sheriff in town, and this sheriff going to make a big difference. But we got to go for a quick station identification, Dr. Hayde. We want you to stick and stay with us. And when we come back, we want to discuss the big elephant in the room. It's individuals with the DAG triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And let me tell you guys, we have in the studio tonight with us, straight from Uganda. And I think, Dr. Hayde, it's about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning there right now.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So you see, Dr. Hayde, time.
Actually, 2:58 a.m. 2:58 a.m.
It's 2:58 a.m. in the morning. And Dr. Hayde gave us the time here on WZYE 95.9 FM. All you in Trinidad, all your media in Trinidad. All you. All right. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Stick and stay. Don't go nowhere. Send the videos with the DAG triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We're going to go for a quick station identification and we'll be back with you.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's individuals with the DAG triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. We have with us in the village tonight no other than Dr. Wayne Hayde, better known in Trinidad as the Watchman.
Watchman.
You know,
I have a question for him.
Oh, go ahead, Garrett. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I have a question also.
Yeah, Dr. Hayde.
Yes.
This is Tommy, Commissioner. Anyways,
yes,
yes, you know, in Trinidad, we have a subculture that is fueling the crime, which is that underworld involved with that illicit business that seem to be so profitable to so many, including some members of the Protective Service. As commissioner or in the role of a commissioner, how would you have treated with resolving some of the issues that presents? Because we have a thriving, as you very well know, we have a thriving drug business that so many people are involved with, like I said, and even some of the officers are part of the whole scheme. How would you treat with that? How would you resolve that?
Well, let's deal with, yes, we are part of the narco trade corridor, and as a result of that, we are affected by it a lot. But it is not only the police involved in this in terms of addressing it, it is also the government. And let me say something controversial here. When you have drugs, you have guns, because the guns come with the drugs to protect it. The drugs continue on the journey, and the guns remain. And those guns are turned on the innocent people in the country. No police commissioner can control the murder rate when the murders are coming from firearms, because there are a number of other factors that affect the who becomes a gunman. Like, for example, if you don't have enough trade schools, what are the young people going to do? And there are skills that they can learn, but if you close them down, then they have nowhere to learn their skills. Secondly, you want to create a literate society, but you can't create a literate society by just creating more secondary schools. Not everyone is equipped that way. And in my opinion, some of the junior and secondary schools that we created should have been trade schools to teach people skills in other areas that they can use to find jobs. But when they go to school and they can't make it academically and the teachers don't have the patience or the time to address it, then they learn how to become gang members. And that has happened in Trinidad and Tobago for a long time. I can give you a simple example of how they shut people out from employment. When I joined the police service, I had never gone to secondary school. I failed common entrance, had no O-levels, but I had a school leaving certificate, and I joined the police service with that. Over the years, as you know, I educated myself, and here we are today. But they decided that they're going to make it first 3 O-levels and then 5 O-levels, and thereby shutting out people like myself who may not have had an opportunity to get other jobs because they don't have O-levels and A-levels, but a well-paying, well-meaning job that they can make a difference in, they are shut out because they decided everybody must have 5 O-levels. And it does not mean the police officers are smarter. And some of them only join the police service because they want something on their resume, on their CV, or it's a stepping stone to something bigger. They don't have the interest in the police service as an institution that those of us who came in with low educational qualifications did not have at the time. In my opinion, they should go back and create an equivalency system where those who don't have the 5 O-levels could write an examination for entry into the police service, and if they pass the examination, then they bring them in as if they had the O-levels and A-levels, thereby making it possible for a larger percentage of the population to get opportunities in the police service. But then if you come to the, yes, go ahead, please.
No, go ahead. And I thought you were done. Go ahead,
if you come to the guns, in my opinion, the government will fail, the police service will fail, unless we recognize that the stable door has already opened and the horse has bolted. The only way we could bring this thing back is if we have mandatory imprisonment, long-term imprisonment for persons found in possession of firearms, using firearms in the commission of any crime, with a higher escalating rate for those kind of offenses, to the extent where people will be afraid to walk with a firearm, because if they get caught with it, then the penalty will be mandatory imprisonment and expedited trials. And if our judges are too afraid or too cozy or too much in their ivory towers, employ other judges from the Caribbean who could come in and serve as judges only to hear these cases on an expedited basis and put people in prison mandatorily for possession of firearms. Well, that would result in that people will have to start hiding the firearms more, and then the police can have a system where they're going to look for the firearms in the bush.
How we deal with the road cops who are aiding and abetting?
Right, and we had a problem in the service which we never addressed. Road cops don't start by being road cops. A lot of them started from the time they were young police officers, not coming to work on time, not doing what they were supposed to do. And the system that we had in place for monitoring them has fallen down. Even the system of training has fallen down, where they try to make the training now like a civilian school, not a police academy. Officers coming and train and going home in the evening. No rigid discipline, no esprit de corps. In some countries, they have more harsher penalties for police officers convicted of certain crimes. We should have that too. But if I'm commissioner of police, I am telling you now, I think I know enough of the rules in order to head off some of them before and take serious disciplinary action against them. What has happened is that they waited so long to discipline officers that by the time they come around to discipline the police officers, the court is saying you have taken too long to take any action. So even if Gary comes in and wants to take disciplinary action, and he does not know exactly how to do it because he doesn't have that experience, you can't touch them because you have taken too long to deal with them. And like, for example, where I'm sitting here in Uganda, police officers face court-martial. They get arrested for disciplinary offenses, not just for criminal offenses, but for disciplinary offenses. And if you get caught with a firearm as a civilian, you're going before a military court, before a general, because they are aware of the dangers of firearms. And we have to be aware of it and to address it now, but we can't address it in such a small country unless we have rigid laws. I know people are going to say that the opposition would not support it. I could only appeal to them, as I said in a voice note. Eventually, they're going to come for you, and then there'll be nobody to protect you. Then,
correct.
We have to take action now.
I have a question, Dr. Hayde.
Yes,
Earlier, this is Diana. How are you doing?
well,
Earlier,
I'm fine.
okay. Earlier, I like to listen when I don't know much about a subject, and then I chime in. Earlier,
All right.
you hinted toward Gary Griffith's lack of skills, knowledge, and experience.
Yes.
Could this have contributed to Prime Minister Rowley losing confidence, as he stated in Gary Griffith?
I don't think that in itself, but his skills, his lack of experience and knowledge of the police service and culture of the police service led him to make statements and to act in a way that does not augur well for a person sitting in the office. One shot, one kill is nonsensical for a commissioner of police to say. And I even tried to hint to him that maybe one shot, one hit is a sign of good marksmanship, but one shot, one kill could be a sign of extrajudicial killing. And you can't say them things, or showing up at the hospital over the bed of a dying criminal, or calling people cockroaches. And making those kind of statements. As I said, I worked in Rwanda, where the Hutus who were killing the Tutsi minority referred to them as Inyanzis, cockroaches. That you just step on them. So for me, it's very sensitive when I saw the aftermath of that kind of hatred. And to be clear that even if a person is a rogue, a vagabond, a criminal, a bandit, a thug, whatever derogatory names you want to call them, they're still human beings, and you can't refer to them as cockroaches. But that is part of the lack of experience that he has in understanding the role as commissioner. The commissioner is not... Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, the commissioner's role is, and we should have learned that from Burroughs. Burroughs was an excellent crime fighter, but was not such an effective commissioner because you can't spend your time as commissioner in front of the media. You can't spend your time chasing every critic that says something about you and make up names, ill names and nicknames for them, and run every day to the press to attack somebody who says something that you did not like. That's not the role of the commissioner. The commissioner has to understand that stability of the country depends on people understanding that the police is there for them. Now, let me say this. Gary did raise the profile of the police service because the profile was very low during Stephen Williams' time. But unfortunately, the profile he raised was mainly focused on himself and not on the police service. So it was not him as part of the service, but him above the service. And like the service cannot be decoupled from him. So he made the service so if he goes, crime will go up. If he's not there, things will go bad. That's ridiculous. No man is an island. And that kind of attitude is not the attitude of a person who wants to be as commissioner of police. And then when you go further and you're saying things like, Massa, they done, or even recently, I put him in his place to the prime minister. You don't understand the role of commissioner. Let me give you a simple example. In several years ago, many years ago, when I was president of the Police Association and Russell Huggins was the Minister of National Security, we never got along. Police did not like him. You know, they ended up marching around the Red House and people got charged. Even Stephen Williams was involved in that. And I recall that once we had a meeting with him at his office, and the Commissioner of Police was there, the Permanent Secretary, and we raised some issues with him, and his response to us was not nice, in my opinion. And I told him, well, I need some sort of better response from you on these issues because that's why we came here. And he got angry and told me, I'll put you out my office. I said, well, it's your office. You could put us out if you want. And he said, get out. So I got up and we left. And I told him, I said, remember, policemen are here forever. Eh? And then the next day, there was a headline in one of the daily newspapers, I put them out. And of course, everybody called me to hear my side or our side of the story. And I told them, no, there's no side. If the minister said so, you have his story. I am not going to be engaged in no tit for tat and fighting in the media against the person that I am supposed to assist in bringing stability and security to the country. It does not make any sense. And so insulting the Minister of National Security and insulting the Prime Minister, such a person cannot and should not serve in any position of authority where it requires a certain level of diplomacy, a certain level of understanding and coordination. You can't.
I have another question for you. The recent spur of, well, actually there were two. Correct me if I'm wrong, Anselm. Prison officers that were killed.
Yes.
Do you think there's a correlation between no police commissioner present and despite going after the prison officers? And why isn't it that they are not allowed to carry weapons off duty to protect themselves?
Okay, let me deal with the first one, the last one first. It's not that they're not allowed to carry firearms whilst off duty. The person who is authorized to authorize them to carry firearms is the Commissioner of Police, not the Commissioner of Prisons. So in accordance with the Firearm Act, what the Commissioner of Prisons should have ensured is that all applications for people carrying firearms when they're off duty, like for self-protection, should come through. There should be some coordination with the Commissioner of Police, who is the only person who is authorized to make that decision. That is what was wrong. And that's what the court in the judgment basically is saying. Not that they shouldn't carry firearms or they can't carry firearms, but the authorizing authority was missing.
And is missing.
Yes. And if they correct that, then in my opinion, just like in the United States, most, if not all, corrections officers are armed.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are armed 24 hours a day. I I remember when I was attending John Jay College and I attended classes, I realized a couple of times that the only person in the class who was not carrying a firearm was me. There was one guy who was a corrections officer who I did not see his firearm. And I said, oh, I have a friend, until he crossed his legs and I realized he had an ankle holster. But on the other point you were making, prison officers will always be attacked. This is happening now with more frequency. But we have to look at, you're talking about rogue police officers, you have to talk about rogue prison officers as well, who have gotten so close to the prisoners that they have lost their respect for them. And when you add that to the fact of illegal firearms in the country and the gangs in the country of young men who have no respect for life and limb, this has nothing to do with whether there's a commissioner of police or not. There's a bigger problem that we must address.
But couldn't it be part of their, and I'm not condoning it, couldn't it be part of their, for lack of a better word, retaliation or angst towards these officers? I understand, and it is alleged, that many of those prisoners are there on remand over 10 years waiting for a case to be called. Couldn't that fuel a certain amount of, and we see videos coming out where they're being treated less than human beings. Couldn't that, and I'm not condoning the killing of anyone, but I'm just trying to, raise a point here. Couldn't that fuel the anger by these young African males, because they're 90-something% according to the late Abu Bakr. They make up most of the population in there.
And he himself created a group of them that still terrorizing the country today, under the guise of the Muslimin, So Abu Bakr is not a hero as far as I'm concerned. But I take the point you are making.
Mm-hmm.
But let's look at the facts. Yes, you're right. The angst that they feel for being on remand for a long time and in crowded conditions, in conditions that the prisons are becoming more and more crowded, yes, could create all that animosity. But the prison officers are not responsible for remand. We have to go back to our judicial system. And why is it failing to expedite cases? Why is it failing to deal with cases fast enough so that we could reduce the time people spend on remand and have their cases heard long enough or quick enough? And I'm saying we need to have a more expedited system. And I know a lot of the judges, and a lot of them are my friends, and I like them. But in my opinion, our system of judgment is way too slow.
Do you think a night court system would help alleviate that long wait on remand, since they seem only to be operating between 9 and 5 or 8 and 4? I don't know. Can a night court system then, help to allow for more cases to be heard?
Yes, it will, but it depends on the kind of cases you're talking about, because there are some cases that getting bail and would not be easy, no matter whether it's night or day. And you're basically talking about a method to expedite these hearings, and they're doing that now in terms of trying to eliminate the need to have preliminary inquiries in some of these cases, so that they could expedite the time it takes between a person being charged and going to court and having their case heard. But even COVID has shown that there's a faster way of doing it, because if you're having hearings online, virtual hearings, you can also expedite some of these things. So maybe the fact that COVID has made us less inclined to want to congregate with each other in a courthouse is also creating a process by which these things get expedited. And that has to be, the judiciary as a whole have to address that matter. We have brilliant and well-trained judges, but I think sometimes we forget that the countries that hold us to certain standards, they themselves don't follow it. So, for example, we spent years and years having people on death row and people going to the Privy Council and fighting cases to have people not executed. Whereas one of the countries that insists on certain human rights standards themselves have reservations against some of the things that they do. Like, for example, in America, the death penalty still exists in a lot of states. So there are things that we have created our own problems. If we had in the earlys executed people once the appeals were finished, then we would have, in my opinion, and I know some people don't believe in the death penalty, but to each his own, and I'm not angry with anybody who does not, but I'm giving you an example. There are people out there who cannot be reformed, will not be reformed, and if given an opportunity to commit another murder or heinous murders and crimes, they will take it.
So, Dr. Hayde, I think Hamidullah Wahid, if I'm correct in that pronoun correctly, I think he's a singer too as well. But he says, Wayne, there was a feeling on the ground that because of some of your lyrics as a Calypsonian might have influenced the interview with respect to you being selected as commissioner. What are your thoughts?
Actually, he may be right. And yes, that could be a factor, because the people sitting on the Police Service Commission are also citizens of the country, and people who may believe that some of the things I have said in the past may have disqualified me from serving, even though I was, at the time I was doing it, I was serving as a police officer, and I was an attorney at law, and I have never been charged or accused of anything in the songs. But yes, it is possible that people could have held a grudge. I may have said something against one of their relatives or their friends. You never know. But
well, go ahead.
I can't do anything about that. You have to judge me as a whole person, not only on one part of my life. And in that part of my life, I think I did well, because most people agreed and appreciated the lyrics I was singing.
And I have to tell you, I agree with Attack with Full Force. And maybe one of the lines you said, Abu Bakr might be in the audience sipping a beer.
But one of the things I decided from very early when I started singing Calypso, I am very opinionated, but I also believe that everyone is entitled to have an opinion. I never hate people or dislike them because they have an opinion that was opposite to mine. Sometimes when I'm by myself, I say, that man, you know what you're talking about, huh? But when I'm arguing with people or having discussions with people, I'm strong on my point, but I would listen, because they always say that wisdom can even come out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, and wisdom will come from other adults and people that you meet as well. So therefore, you don't know everything. And any person who believes that they know anything and talking like, I beat all you, I beat all you, and I will beat you again, does not understand how the world works. And I know, Gary has been writing to me how he beat us and how he could beat us, and how he could win and all kind of thing. And I'm saying, if I go to adopt that policy, he just ran against 20 people for commissioner of police. In the UN, I applied for jobs in which there were thousands of candidates, and in the end, I got the job. So I should be running around saying I beat you? No, that's not the way the world works. So to Mr. Hamidullah, yes, you might be right. But if you want to know whether I have any regrets over what I said, largely no. I can give you one example of where I sang something and I regretted after. It was in a police competition, and there was a certain officer who worked in headquarters and was dealing with pensions. And the reputation he had was that when police officers died and their wives or significant others came to collect their benefits, he would invariably get involved in relationships with those people, or some of those people, or a few of those people. And it was so prevalent that he got a nickname, Death Rides a Horse. But that was only amongst the police and those who work in close enough to administration. But I knew about it, I heard about it, I knew about it. And I did a calypso in the police competition. And I called his name, not his name, but I called this officer who do this. And unfortunately, he got married to one of the widows of a dead police officer. And they were sitting in the audience that night. And when I reached the line and I said, you know him well, of course, they just call him Death Rides a Horse. But by the time I said death, about a quarter of the audience jumped up and pointed in the direction of the man. And, I won the competition, but that man never spoke to me after that. And I wondered if I had known that he was in the audience, whether I would have sung that verse. That, and that was the only time I felt that maybe I went a little too far. But for politicians and priests and other people who I felt and I knew did things that were wrong, that's life. Maybe it cost me the job, but what can you do?
So Chris Watson says, this is a comment. Chris Watson says, Anselm, what true changes did Stephen Williams made within the police service? The only thing Stephen Williams did was further his own education. He was out of the country more than the prime minister. I don't know how true that is, but I guess
it may not be true. Stephen was a good and conscientious police officer, but I think he suffered a blindness that a lot of leaders suffered sometimes. That he didn't see the forest because of the trees. And sometimes people in these positions need people to tell them hard truths. But a lot of people around them would not tell them what the truth is. Unfortunately, I was out of the country during the time we were serving because I would he know me well enough. I would walk in his office and I would tell him, Stephen, you're doing nonsense. Or Stephen, this is not right. Or Stephen, you should change this. And I think we had enough of a good enough friendship that he might have listened. I don't know. But there were gaps in his leadership, but he's not the only one who had gaps. And some of the things that he encountered didn't start with him. It was coming up the road, and everybody just keep pushing the pail along as they go. Like, for example, disciplinary matters. I don't know why they would not charge officers and convict them or get rid of them before they went bad or really went rogue. For example, there's a tendency to overcharge officers. Everything now is misbehavior in public office. And once you start charging officers for misbehavior in public office, then it has to go to court. And we were just talking about the delays in the judicial system. You're talking about 5 years, 10 years down the road, people getting paid and nothing happens. The witnesses might die, they might migrate, the evidence gets lost, and nothing comes out of it. I am of the firm belief that there are times when I could discuss with the DPP in terms of charging people departmentally, having tribunals and dismissing them from the service. And after I dismiss them from the service, the statute of limitations still exists if the state wants to prosecute them for a criminal offense. But we rush to charge people for criminal offenses when in fact a disciplinary offense will suffice just as much, and we could take action against them and get the officers out of the service if we prove the case against them. And in many cases, times it is easier to prove a disciplinary case which is on a balance of probabilities than proving a criminal case which is beyond all reasonable doubt. So there is a problem, and that is part of the problem.
Another person says, Anne-Marie Headley says, congratulations to Mr. Wayne Hayde, Dr. Wayne Hayde, you have done us proud. So that is somebody saying good things about you. All right. Hold on. Another person says, we just want to get some comments in here. Let me see.
Yes,
these comments. Another person says, Chris Watson says again, even in America, all the technical know-how comes so much, gunmen killing so much, people in schools and churches and nightclubs, you just can't predict it. Yeah.
Well,
right.
part of the problem is that America could say that they have a gun culture because it is part of the American Constitution, the right to bear arms.
Yeah. Correct.
We don't have that in Trinidad. And therefore, we should address it that way. Whereas in America, I am aware of the difficulty in getting certain states, especially the states that were Western states and Southern states and so on, to give up on the guns. But American problem is going to remain until something more serious happens, and then maybe, like it happened in Australia, when they had certain mass shootings, they clamped down on firearms. But I don't expect it to happen in America, but it has to happen in Trinidad. Otherwise, we'll all be dead.
So Dr. Hayde, right? Did you have a relationship with former Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith? Did you guys have a relationship? I mean,
well, okay. Let me tell you the relationship we had. I knew Gary as a young officer. We played hockey against each other. He for the army, me for the police. And he was always that kind of a little exuberant, for want of a better term. But I didn't know much about him, but I saw certain things. But he's in the army, I'm in the police. When he became commissioner of police, I sent him a congratulation message because I actually wanted him to succeed. And I told him I am willing to send some advice, unsolicited or solicited, and anyone you want to consider, you can consider it. If you don't take my advice, it's your right. You are the commissioner, you have to make decisions. I will just give you a pinch of salt, and you might decide that the food have enough salt or the food don't need salt. And that went along for a while, not much out, only, you know, once every 2 months or 3 months, I might send a comment. And there were a couple, 1 or 2 things that he did follow to what I said to some extent. Of course, he would have had other inputs. So I'm not saying because of what I said, he did what he did. I'm saying that I made comments. It went sour when I wrote to him and said that be careful about using the statistics during COVID imposed lockdown and restrictions to say that crime, particularly murders, have decreased. Because the studies I was reading from other countries, different countries all over the world, was that initially there's a decrease. And then what happens over time, as the criminals adjusted, it came back to the levels they were before, and the normal rise will continue from there on. So therefore, do not attempt to tie the police wagon onto those statistics as this strategy of dealing with crime was successful. And he got upset. And he sent me a text message, which was not very kind. But I make it my business only to insult people in Calypso. But, you know, when I'm having discourse with people, even if we disagree, I try to maintain a certain decorum, because as I told him in one of my messages to him, I'm still an attorney at law, you know, and I'm still an academic, and I still have a certain kind of decorum that I must maintain. I'm not the Wayne Hayde of 30, 40 years ago who would blast you to your face when this happens. I have learned over time that we need to get along in order to get along. And that caused the split. From that, I didn't write to him anymore, because he said, where you get that nonsense from? Or worse to that effect, it might have been even worse. And I sent him a couple studies, UN studies, and he never responded. And that basically ended our discourse. I did go to see him when I was in Trinidad. Me and myself and another batch of mine who was a former member of the Police Service Commission. And we offered, you know, to him, anything that he wants to use us for, we are willing to become involved. But then when I came back to Uganda and so on, and I saw what was happening, I realized that he would not really listen to anything we had to say. So I did not say anything further and just left it at that.
How did the voice note start? How did the voice notes to him start?
Okay, the voice notes were never to him.
The voice notes, yeah.
Right. I'm a member of some police chat groups. My batch, the 9500 batch, a police, another police group of a conglomeration of all police, all retired, not retired, everywhere. Then the retirees group. Then another group that involved police and non-police. And people would ask me for my opinion about certain things. So I started off by writing text messages, responding to issues, not only about the commissioner, but about the service, about law, about how to address certain criminal issues or police issues, or what happens in other countries. And then invariably, more people started asking questions, and my answers became longer and longer. So it became harder and harder to type with my two thumbs. So I started doing voice notes. And then people would write me individually from chat groups and say, I appreciate this, but what about this? What do you have to say about that? And then I would respond. And of course, since the commissioner's position came up on all the issues with the commissioner came up, that became a focus of the thing, because some of the things that Gary Griffith was saying, in my opinion, was not good for the police service as an organization, and not good for him as an individual. And I said so.
So do you believe that the new process that with this new Public Service Commission, do you think is going to have a better result than the previous one?
Good question. The answer is yes and no. Yes, because of this scandal and this issue here, people will be more tuned into ensuring that they adhere to certain principles of fairness and otherwise. At the same time, the process still has to deal with the fact that everybody believes that they can be a police commissioner. And that nonsense, oops, I think I got too excited there. That nonsense has to stop. Gary Griffith did not possess the experience and knowledge to be police commissioner. 12 years or 10 years or 15 years in the army, in the military, does not equate to 15 years in the police service. And they will not take the commissioner or deputy commissioner of police and make them brigadier or colonel or anything in the army, or in the prisons, or in the fire. Why does everybody feel that any civilian outside there could jump and, wash their foot and jump in the police service and become commissioner of police? And they made the mistake again, as far as I'm concerned, because in the merit list that they're now seeking advice on, there's another military officer in there. So they haven't learned their lesson yet. In America, those of you all are living in America, not a guy don't just come from the military and go into the police. A lot of guys, they went on the GI Bill, they served their 4 years, they come out the military, and then they go and they want to become police officers. They go and they join a sheriff's department, an academy, a city, a state police, or FBI, whatever, and they go back and they receive training in policing. The fact that they were in the military makes them more tuned to discipline and more tuned to understanding the nature of threats in a society. But they don't just take a soldier and put him in a uniform and say he's a police. Not even the National Guard. Why are we making this mistake and believe that anybody could walk off the street and be a police officer? And why are they not considering police officers who went outside of Trinidad and Tobago and did well? There's sometimes a certain level of jealousy and hatred towards the outsiders, the us versus them.
Correct.
Preach, brother.
Absolutely.
Preach. This
Full
is
100. Full 100. Full 100. We agree with you there 200%.
Now you're talking.
Because
Now
we
you're
feel
talking.
the same thing here at WZYE 95.9 FM.
Yeah. I know people say, but what you do? You went outside and you. I actually served as a police officer, even though I didn't get the promotions to prove it. I was a very good police officer. Ask anybody who know me. I was conscientious. I was brave. I was clean. I was honest, and I used to lock up people too bad. I never used to put my name on the papers every time I arrest. Ask anybody, any other police who know me. They will tell you. You understand? I used to lock up people too bad. But I served in the police service, actual service, 22 and a half years. You could count it as 25 years before I went to go to the United Nations. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And I did my O-levels and A-levels and my degree. They should thought that sometimes you think I was a crazy person because I used to be walking around with a bag with my books in it everywhere. And if I get a 5 minutes under a tree, I will read for 5 minutes.
Yep.
But I never would come to work late. I would never take sick leave. In 25 years, I took 22 and a half days sick leave. Less than one a year. And all those sick leave were because I got injured playing hockey or got injured playing rugby. At one time, they used to call me break hand because I was working with my hand in a cast on the task force. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because I believed in the police service, I believed that it made me who I was. Had it not been for the police service, I don't know what would have happened to me in my life. And I am forever and eternally grateful. And when I'm anywhere and people ask me, what were you? I was a police officer who is a lawyer. I don't say I'm a lawyer first. I'm a police who did law.
But Dr. Hayde, I have to say to you that you might be an outlier. And I want to...
There you go. Outlier. Here you go with
No, he's outlier.
Here you go with the outlier. Here you go with the outlier.
Yeah, I know what he means. I know what you mean, Professor.
Yeah. But Dr. Hayde, listen to this, right? When they went to Canada and bring a man who had 300 people in his community and he was in charge of them, to bring him to Trinidad to take care of 1.4 million people. I was asking myself, are they really serious? Are they serious? You know, I mean, go ahead.
I take your point. I said this at the time, and I'll say it again. The mistake they made with Dwayne Gibbs, it's not that Dwayne Gibbs was a bad police officer or he didn't have good ideas. But you can't take a man from the city and throw him out in the desert where he wouldn't even know where to find water.
Correct.
What should have happened? Dwayne Gibbs and Iwaski should have been brought in as deputy commissioners, because there's more than one deputy commissioner. There's 3. You could have created 4 or 5, and let them spend some time, a year or 2, acclimatizing themselves to the nature of the organization, the nature of the country, the nature of the crime, and the system they have to deal with. After that, you could consider them for commissioner. Other countries outside don't really do that, except where they have exchange of police officers, meaning that they know how the police officers work, and the systems and the attitudes and culture and crimes and everything is so similar that it will be easy for them to acclimatize themselves. But I have lived in Canada for a long time, and you can't compare a Canadian police officer and Canadian police with Trinidad situation. It just does not work. And even in the UN, I had police officers working with me from different countries, including 2 RCMP police officers who worked in my unit.
But you know, Dr. Hayde, I find that it is something that I find kind of difficult. I find taking 2 individuals from Canada and bringing them to look over a society that's predominantly black. I had great difficulties with that.
Okay.
Great difficulties, because
yeah, I know it. I know what you're saying. You're talking about Master they done.
There you go.
but remember, that Tony May was Commissioner of Police, and even Gary Griffith himself.
He was a Trinidad, right?
Right. That's the difference.
That's the difference.
Because when it comes to ethnicity and so on, that's why I said they should have come and acclimatize themselves to the society and the nature of the society, because there are people who would resent that and would ask, why couldn't you bring a police officer from a country where the population is more in line with what he or she is accustomed to?
Or would you bring someone from that population? I mean, you know, so I as an outsider looking in, and you know, I mean, I am living here in a community. It's mixed. It's a mixed community. But when I saw that, I was taken aback by that. But let's go back to the elephant in the room, Gary Griffith.
I don't want to. Let me stop here. I don't want to call Gary Griffith an elephant. So let me.
All right, no problem. I respect
that. Somebody might say that is, that I said or you said, but I know what you mean.
But, let's talk about former Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith, right? And when I see, no, as a matter of fact, there was a breaking story about 2 weeks ago that for the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, humanitarian aid was taken away from SORT because of extrajudicial killings in Trinidad and Tobago.
But it wasn't humanitarian. It is technical support that police from certain countries give to other countries. Mostly developed countries give to developing countries, and they provide them a certain technical assistance and support.
Okay.
But all of these are bilateral and sometimes even multilateral or regional arrangements. But these arrangements come with memorandums of understanding, or like contracts, that this is being given with the understanding that you adhere to certain principles that they hold there.
But Dr. Hayde, if the reason why it's being taken away is because of the supposedly or allegedly, right, increase in extrajudicial killings in Trinidad and Tobago, wouldn't you say that's part of humanitarian as well? Because they are concerned that you are not dealing with humans the way you're supposed to. And I may say it's technical, but at the end of the day, extrajudicial killing, you know, I make this word, it's unhumanitarian. I just made that word up.
Okay, I take your point. I was being more technical about the term humanitarian, given my experience.
Right.
Right. But
that's how you and I could convince you.
Right.
Yeah, but that's what, and I say to myself, right, and people in Trinidad don't want to, not everybody, eh? There are some people in Trinidad, let me qualify, there are some people in Trinidad don't want to call it for what it is, and they may say that, well, you know, Gary Griffith going after the bandits, and the bandits shooting at him, and when the bandits shooting him, he had to shoot back. Listen, I mean, I think if you go up the road and somebody shoot at you, you know, you have all right. You have to protect yourself.
You're entitled to shoot back.
Yeah.
You're entitled to use lethal force to protect yourself from
force.
Death or serious injury to yourself and to others. And you don't. Let me put it this way: even if a man's back is turned to you and he's shooting at somebody else to cause them harm, you, the police officer, can shoot him in his back.
Whoa!
There's no reason. You don't have to say turn around. You don't have to say drop the firearm or any of that. If the person is being an imminent threat to you or to someone else. You understand? But what is interesting about this is that we just had a situation here in Uganda where they have what is called the chief.
Dr. Hayde, hold a minute. We got to go for a quick station identification. Stop and stay right there. Yeah, the conversation is going so fantastic. Of course, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us straight live and direct out of Uganda, Dr. Wayne Hayde, better known as the Watchman. Let's go for a quick station identification. We'll be right back after.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us tonight in the village no other than Dr. Wayne Hayde, and he's joining us live and direct from Uganda. So go ahead. He was talking about Uganda. What was happening in Uganda?
I was saying recently there was an allegation made of torture and extrajudicial killing of opposition supporters by members of the armed forces in Uganda. In particular, from a group that is called the Chieftaincy of Military Intelligence. And the government of the United States imposed sanctions, targeted sanctions, individual sanctions on the head of the CMI. Now, my question is, if an allegation is made against police officers who come under close support close contact with the head of the police service, like how the flying squad was with Randolph Burroughs, if they're accused of something and you have the leader saying, well, 2 men died because they fell off a chair, or anything of that nature, if somebody says that, the question to be asked is that, does not also make that person responsible or at least culpable with respect to sanctions? Are the is it the restrictions here? Are they short of sanctions in that you remove your technical support from them, but they are not operating on their own. They are operating under the guidance and control and instructions in a general sense of the Commissioner of Police. The Commissioner of Police may not tell them, you go and hurt someone or do that or do something wrong. But if he supervises or holds court over a permissive environment, from what I know from my time in the UN and all of the reports I've seen, that attaches itself onto the individual person, the leader. You understand? And Gary seems to have escaped any criticism where that is concerned. And I'm not against criminals being shot once they provide a threat to police officers or to other members of the public. Then take them out. But we can't have a police service operating where everybody seems to be dressing in camouflage.
Correct.
Like they have become soldiers rather than police officers. Where everybody is walking around with a big gun. And when something happens, a simple protest, or they can't even arrest people, because the only way you could handle them when you have this firearm is if you hit them with the firearm or you shoot them. What about not everybody carrying big guns? Go back to what you're accustomed to. Carry pepper spray, carry tasers, carry plastic cuffs, plexi cuffs, plastic cuffs, carry handcuffs, carry expandable batons, so that you could continue to do your work. And if people attempt to assault you, like I see somebody was assaulting a police officer in a video from Tobago, and the police officer trying to effect an arrest and somebody's grabbing him from behind. Where is the pepper spray? Where is the baton? But everybody wants to carry around a big gun. There was no gun in this instance, and I'm saying this instance should have had at least a baton.
But Dr. Hayde,
something is wrong.
They'll say to you, them bandits and them have big guns. Them bandits and them come in with bigger gun than the police.
Which
I will say.
Yes, I've heard that. Okay, and to some extent, it's true. But not everyone is a marksman, and even the big firearm you have, you're more likely to cause collateral damage to innocent people when you start shooting semi-automatic and automatic weapons, okay? Because the bullets go everywhere. But the important thing here is this, like for example, here in Uganda, and I say this because I'm here, but I've seen it in other African countries as well, in Rwanda and so on. Police officers directing traffic don't have firearms. But there will be a police officer with them in the patrol, standing on the side with a big firearm. And he is there as a shadow for them who are not armed. You can do the same thing in our police service. Even if you want to arm all the officers, some could carry the sidearms, and one carry the heavy arms, if depending on the size of the crowd. Many years ago, in 2006, I went to Israel. And one night I went out with a former police officer in Trinidad. He went out with me, took me in his car and was showing me around the city. And I saw there was a fight among some Ethiopian immigrants in Israel on the street. And the police pulled up there. And it was clear to me that there were two groups of police in that who pulled up. One group had submachine guns. And the other group were armed with batons and the like. And the ones with the batons and the like is the ones who went in to break up the fight and started beating the people involved. Whereas the others with the long guns were just facing the crowd. They were just there facing the crowd. They were not even looking behind them at what the other officers were doing. Their job, it appears to be to protect the those who doing the other job, who may be distracted by what they're doing. There are different methods of policing that you can use, and you can try out different approaches. And because it is not working, because a prison officer got shot, there was a police vehicle coming behind, and I don't know what their situation was, but the response to that was not satisfactory in the minds of most people in terms of how the people managed to escape and the lack of support that they had. And somebody was asking me about earlier, I think it was Diana asked me about the police service, what you can do to reduce some of the crime, or especially murders. One of the things I'm mindful of and fearful of, and if I'm commissioner of police, I will address it. We are creating too many specialized units. Everybody is a specialist and nobody is a generalist anymore. And the more specialized groups you create, is the more to man those groups, you have to bring them from the rank and file of the police service, thereby removing people from stations, removing people from patrols, removing people from their interface with the public. And then these specialist groups, I don't know what makes them so special, because things are not improving generally. They are improving in some regard. Like, for example, there are some groups, some units like the ones that deal with domestic violence is important in any developed or developing country, especially given the fact of what happens to women and children in the household. But that's a specialist unit that is necessary and needed. But still, those officers have to perform other functions as well. But it seems that everybody are specialists now.
So, Dr. Hayde, if you had to look in your crystal ball, I mean, I know you might know who is in the running for commissioner of police. Who do you think are three good candidates to be the commissioner of police?
Well, I will never identify any individuals, because that's not my job and my function. I'm not maybe I could influence opinion, but I don't think it's fair to the police service or to the officers to do that. What I can say is that I expect that the merit list that presently exists, in which Gary Griffith got 98.4%, which in itself is madness. Why
is that?
Because I don't think that's possible. And part of the reason is that I don't think the Police Service Commission is equipped or structured to really supervise the Commissioner of Police function. In fact, the Commissioner of Police function should be supervised by an amalgam of entities in which they have input into the assessment of the commissioner at the end of the year. Because it means that
I don't mean to cut you.
Go ahead. The chairman of the Police Service Commission appeared to have ignored the fact that the Prime Minister wrote to them and they had to write to the commissioner a year ago. And only after something else came to the fore at the last minute, where the merit list was withdrawn, that you realize that there might be a problem? Were you not watching the news? Were you not seeing Gary's interaction with members of the public, members of the judiciary, or not the judiciary per se, but lawyers, the media, or anyone who criticized him? Did you find his behavior and his outbursts and his attitude to be so suitable that you will give him 98.4% out of 100? Then I'm glad that those people in that service commission are no more. In my opinion, what their decision making did a disservice to the country. And it's not Gary's fault that this happened. It is their fault.
You know, Dr. Hayde, I want to say, you know what that's like? That's like sending some baseball selectors to pick a cricket side. Right? It looks similar. It looks similar, right? If you are the Public Service Commission, what is your expertise in order for people coming before you, in order for you to select candidates who can become Commissioner of Police? I'm asking a question. I'm asking.
All right. Yeah.
What is your expertise in order for you to be able to select someone who you think can make a good Commissioner of Police?
Well, it is supposed to be to have a cross-section of people who can give a clear understanding of the societal needs, not just in terms of policing, but in terms of management, in terms of strategic operation, and all of those things. The problem is that they themselves don't know anything about the police service, and they seem to be reluctant or unwilling to even appoint former police officers as members of the Police Service Commission, and they always criticize it when it happens. But you could have a former member of the military on the Police Service Commission. The thing is that they don't seem to understand that the police service is a specialized body like no other, with powers and authorities like no other, and responsibilities and duties like no other. And therefore, you have to have a system whereby the head or heads of that organization should be assessed by people who know different parts of what they do.
Correct.
You have a prime minister who is head of the National Security Council, who and a minister of national security who gives policy direction to the Commissioner of Police, but have no input into the assessment of how this person did their jobs or will do their or did not do their jobs. Does that make sense? So the Police Service Commission could just ignore that. And what do they know about how the service operates? Do they ask for inputs from the Police Complaints Authority to see whether the police service is upholding or holding to its requirements under the law and ensuring that they maintain certain standards? And if they don't, what has the commissioner done or not done with respect to that? Because that is his or her responsibility too. But nobody seems to understand that. They only talk about crime per se, So if you say, I lock up 10 people and I'm going to lock up 10 more, you are good. You're a good policeman. That is not what the society expects of the police alone. And that is a problem with the present structure. Maybe the commission is too small. 5 people. So that if 1 resign or 2 resign, you end up with 3. And then like what happened the last time, you end up with 1. The chief stands alone. You are supposed to have a police service commission that has sufficient expertise on it that you could properly supervise the police commissioner and the police leadership. And at the same time, there should be an additional supervision, not everyday supervision, not to tell them how to do their jobs, but in terms of how they have informed, how they have carried out and implemented policy as set by the National Security Council and the government. Because that's important as well.
So someone says, Wayne Hayde, why that sounds like a good idea. Trinidad have an anger issue. A little mash in the foot, man does want bust your hair. We having guns, will be wild, wild west.
And that is true. And that is Trinidadians, I have come to realize since I'm out here and going to other different countries, we are very easily riled and easily roused. And before we had a culture of verbal sparring where we talk to each other and we cuss each other, but it was verbal sparring. That has changed now because we became influenced by some of the the attitudes in American society, American gang culture, where a man make a sign that you don't like and to him, or you step on his shoe and that is nice. He wants to kill you with it because he can, because he's armed. That has leaked over into Trinidad culture and society. In the old days, when the Bajans used to move in Sparrow days, it was razor. Now it's gun. And if you have people with that attitude that we have in Trinidad, with easy access to guns, we are all at risk and we are all in danger. We have to get the guns out of their hands, and we have to do it in the most stringent way possible.
And Marie Headley says, Gary Griffith gave in the beginning a good pail of milk and he then kicked it down.
Well, I said that Gary Griffith will give up a pail of milk and then turn around and piss in it.
Okay. Let me just read some other comments here. And Marie said again, Wayne, if Trinidad ever need you is now. I think you don't think that ship has sailed, Dr. Hayde?
Well, again, if the found that was too old 3 years ago, what do you think they're going to say now? The powers that be. Whereas other countries, the age limit is going up, we seem to be adhering to a principle that they think that maybe they encourage or they want to see the commissioner with a gun strap over his shoulder and in every photograph out on the corner or on the bedside of some criminal. I don't think that's what the commissioner is supposed to do. You have other officers there for that purpose. The commissioner is supposed to provide guidance and ensure that he or she knows everything that is happening and able to provide proper instruction and guidance and depend on his officers under him that they are well trained enough and have enough experience and knowledge to do the right thing so that when they come to him, he could sign off on it. But that is not what is happening.
So Wayne, Dr. Hayde, Claudia says, Mr. Watchman, you must remember who put Gigi there and what a bleep is your problem with Gigi. Or you just cannot admit that the man was still trying, no matter what.
That the man was what? That the man was what?
Hold up, that the man was still trying, no matter what. Right?
Yes, Gloria. I agree with you.
Claudia.
Yes, Claudia. I agree with you. Gary Griffith is not for want of trying. And that's it. That's the enigma about Gary Griffith. It's not for want of trying. He is enthusiastic. He actually means well. He wants to succeed. And I don't think he's afraid. But there are some ingredients that are lacking from his knowledge base, his experience base, and his skills base to do this particular job. And because he has this opinion that the only opinion that matters is his, it makes it difficult for him to accept criticism, to seek advice, to have people who are sufficiently versed in the system to provide him as counsel and to be able to tell him, you're doing nonsense. Not publicly, but privately, in a room by themselves. And they work it out and get it better and done. So, I will never, and you will never hear me say that Gary Griffith doesn't mean well, or Gary Griffith is not intelligent. And I think he has too much of time on his hand to worry about critics. But that is where and I'm saying he's not responsible for that. He was put in this situation. Claudia is right. The government wanted someone, and they searched. They went down to try to find the best option. But unfortunately, in addition to the knowledge and skills gap, in my opinion, he has a bit of a messiah complex.
He's a bully in a China shop. That's what he is. He's a bully. That's what I say. I
would say that he has a bit of a messiah complex since they brought him in and everybody expected him to be the one, the savior. He believes his own thing that he's a savior, and he came to save the police service and save the country.
Well, Dr. Hayde, unfortunately, we are one bully left now in Trinidad and Tobago. We had a bully who was the COP, and we have a bully who is the PM. Anyway, Claudia says, all the time, my words, not yours.
No comment.
Yeah, my words, not yours. Claudia says, all the time, all you want the man gone. Well, he gone. So what is the problem now? Like, all you have to banker to it? We not a banker. Claudia, tell Gary stop talking to the media too now. Eh? If he gone, just let him go then. How come you say we talking about him? We only talking about him because he talking still. Claudia, let him go now. Just go now. Never call him so. Just go now. I think never call him so. Just go now.
No. Claudia is making some good points.
Yeah.
But the point she is making is that we should not be talking about him anymore because he's gone. But Claudia, he is not gone. He will never be gone, because once they have taken away this from him, he has nothing else to fall back on. So he will spend the time attacking everyone. I advised him to his face that he should tone down the insults in public and the responses that I told him that to his face. He did not listen. And what is happening now, all these discussions, is because he keeps, every time he keeps writing to me, trying to insult me, until he realized that I'll put all the messages online and let everybody see who is the one who deserves to be shouted at. This is not what you do, and like what if this was Gary Griffith responding to Claudia? She might have been.
You would have cussed me. Claudia would have get cussed. Claudia would have get cussed. Bad word you never hear before. You would have make up some bad words for your Claudia. But
Dr. Hayde, yes, I have a question. Despite the different opinionated views of the host and the guest and others, apparently there was a poll conducted, and a vast majority of the population were pleased with his performance. How do you respond to that?
Well, I asked the question, who conducted the poll? Where was the poll conducted? What was the sample size? What was the sample representation? When was this done? And was a follow-up poll done to see if things have changed from that snapshot in time? But first of all, I want to know who was the persons who conducted the poll, and what was their expertise in conducting polls, and what were the questions asked? Because sometimes the questions that you ask could influence the direction or the outcome of a poll that you have. Until I see that data and have that understanding, then therefore the poll, the academic in me will say that I cannot trust that poll without having the evidence of its reliability.
Yeah, maybe someone of Gary Griffith guys pay them to go and do that poll, yes. Anyway, Claudia said, Watchman, you're real vocal all of a sudden. Why do you talk about how almost more than 50% of officers damn corrupted? They ain't no damn good. That's why crime is rampant.
Okay.
Like Claudia again, like Claudia again.
Okay, I don't mind. I'm glad she's asking those questions. Claudia, I'm not sure who did a survey to say that 50% is corrupted. I would not say that. I would say there is a percentage of corrupt officers in the service that no action was taken to get rid of. And I told you earlier that if I was Commissioner of Police, and if I'm Commissioner of Police, what I would do to ensure that people get out of the service and we kind of thin the ranks of corrupt people. Let me give you an example. In 1992, as president of the Police Social and Welfare Association, we met with the Prime Minister at the time, Patrick Manning, and we were talking about dealing with corruption in the police service coming out of different reports. And we argued that we should have a VTEP program, a voluntary termination program for police officers, because the government cannot, because of the nature of the police service, really influence who gets in and who gets out in an easy way. Therefore, it might be better if they're on the outside pulling and we in the association on the inside pushing. In other words, forcing officers, or not physically forcing them, but influencing them that is in their best interest to take the VTEP and go. And then we identify 4 or 5 main characters and officers against whom you have the strongest evidence, because police officers are smart. You don't always get evidence to prosecute and convict them. But if you have that evidence, you go after those guys hard. So even if you have 100 police officers and you go after 10 hard and you push the 90 out the door through the VTEP program, you would be able to reduce corruption within the service, and that would be a method that you could use. And the Prime Minister told us, very good idea, very good. We'll consider that, and we could use that. And then 2 weeks later, in a public speech, the Prime Minister said that the government is thinking about introducing a VTEP program to get rid of corrupt police officers in the service. Now, which officer is going to take it now? When you have said that it's to remove corrupt officers. So you want them to self-identify as being corrupt? That didn't make sense. And that killed it right there.
Yep.
And that should not have been said. And I just shook my head and I said, oh God, okay, what can I do? I can't, as president of the association, even as police commissioner, you will never find me in the media lambasting the Prime Minister or the leader of the opposition or any other person in those positions like that. That's not what commissioner is supposed to do. But in private, you know, you knock your head and say, ah, God, what can you do? So for Claudia, again, yes, there are corrupt police officers, not 50%, ma'am. I disagree with you unless you can show me some statistics. I mean, real good statistics, and which you can't be able to do because corruption is more about perception than actual evidence.
Yeah, but listen, when you talk about corruption, under Gary Griffith, they find a corrupted police in Toko with some type of, I think was some type of drug, something. They're moving from Toko to St. Joseph. All of a sudden, you know, put him in a car, transport him in a police car from Toko to St. Joseph, he wouldn't be a corrupted police anymore. And that was part of the problem.
No, that has happened under various commissioners.
No, I agree. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying so, under him.
Yeah, but that's only one case under Gary. I think if Gary had the knowledge to deal with, he would have gone after some people because it's a popular thing to do with the public. But they have always had officers who got shifted from place to place, the same way how the Roman Catholic Church was shifting priests.
Yeah.
From parish to parish. It's a similar thing. Organizations have a tendency to do that, you know, to move problems, and they have to have somebody who really doesn't care and I will not move you. I will try to my best. I will do everything to get rid of you, but you cannot go around prosecuting everybody because you'll never be able to convict a quarter of them, and you just have these same people floating through the service, getting paid and doing nothing and causing more havoc to the reputation of the police service and to actual citizens in the country.
Go ahead, Tom. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, Dr. Hayde. We have a situation where we have been accusing a lot of our politicians of corruption, and nothing happens. Yeah. Nothing happens. As a matter of fact, some of them get rewarded for being corrupt. What kind of example does that set for law enforcement?
It doesn't set any good example. And for example, people are hiding out, can't leave the country because they will be arrested for warrants in other jurisdictions for them. And it didn't happen. If you remember, since you since you listen to Attack with Full Force, you could remember in the song where I say Munan hiding from U.S. Marshals.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Well, isn't that the same thing with Jack Warner now?
Mm-hmm.
Is he not still being sought by American authorities?
But in a good place in Trinidad and Tobago, we have nothing to worry about.
Well, because I think sometimes we have gone too far on the pendulum to maintain international standards to the extent where it becomes difficult for us to police our own. You understand?
But even at home, they do corrupt acts that they should be prosecuted for at home, and nothing happens.
Because we have a small country, the judiciary is small, and they all went to the same schools or institutions or places. I can tell you, right? If you went to law school, you went to UE, you play sport like rugby and hockey, like me. You play mass, and you hang out in certain places. You will hobnob and rub hands and fingers and backs with these same people, and eventually it creates a stagnant pool. We have to have a way. I'm a proponent for Caribbean unity only in that, so that we could spread out things more and bring people with less bias and being less influenced by others, and bring them into the country to help us deal with our cases.
I've been advocating for that for the last 30 years now.
Yes.
So last one from Claudia here, Dr. Hayde. Claudia seems to be Claudia. Anyway, Watchman, since you care so much, come back now, and you be the commissioner. I will give you 6 months before the whole of Trinidad finding fault with you.
And again, she's right.
Yep.
But let me tell you what will happen. You wouldn't see me on the press jostling with nobody. You wouldn't see me doing certain things that I think that is beneath the office of the police commissioner. And you could bet your bottom dollar people will be afraid because they know I will act. They know. All of those people there, ask them who in the judiciary who know me from UE, who know me from sports, who know me from police, who know me from anywhere. I am not the kind of person to care one thing. May I have so many friends. I know a lot of people, but I don't have so many friends. And I have not done anything in my life, so I have to be worried about anything. I will go after them and go after them severely. But this is not about me. I wish that I could have an opportunity to even advise or provide assistance to whoever it is the commissioner of police, meaningful advice, including legal, operational, managerial, because I have expertise and knowledge in those different areas. And I can tell you, in the UN, I was legal advisor to 3 police commissioners and a prosecutor general, training advisor, and conduct and discipline advisor to all the really senior staff, assistant secretary generals on the secretary general level, because I was a D1, and the only D2s were higher than me, and ASGs and USGs. But one thing I learned, that if you're giving people advice, it is there. You give them advice and you move out of the way and allow them to make the decisions. And if they make a decision that is not in the one that you give them and it backfires, your job is not to be there and say, see, you see, if you do what I say, your job is to be, in the meantime, finding a way out of the problem so you could find an alternative. And that is what advisors supposed to do. Not put themselves in positions where they provide more difficulty for the principal. And right now, for example, the commissioner's legal advisor is facing his own legal issues. That doesn't augur well for someone to provide objective, unbiased, and fierce information. So I'm not fighting here. I'm not talking here because I want to be commissioner of police. I have done well. I don't care. But I care about Trinidad and Tobago as a country. I want to come home and not feel that I've been fair wherever I go because these young guys don't care and have no respect for life, and life has no value to them.
So Dr.
If I
Hayde,
could do something to get rid of them, I will.
Dr. Hayde, Claudia say, boss a verse for me now. I want Claudia say.
Good afternoon, brother. Good evening, brother. This is Gary Marby. How you doing? Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah,
yes.
So, listen to me. You look like a very nice person. I mean, you have all good intention, just like Gary.
I'm not so nice, you know. I am not so nice.
Well, I like the approach. I like what I see so far, and I think somebody that we can work with. But one of the things I was trying to do is here in the US was to bring on board back the former policemen who were part of the TTPS to form some kind of response unit that we could advise and provide whatever support we can to the TTPS on the ground in Trinidad. Because I felt the situation was bad enough to call for backup. And so, I mean, I agree with you on some things, but like you said, the horse have left the stable. And the situation we're dealing on the ground in Trinidad and Tobago is these young men, not like you and I when we grow up, we see the police uniform and we're afraid. Them come in full force. And we don't have a choice at this stage but to attack with full force and restrain them. But attacking with full force can be done in several categories and aspects. It doesn't necessarily mean shoot.
No. Yeah.
All right. We have to be in possession to shoot, but not necessarily to shoot. There's time to shoot and time not to shoot. And then when you shoot, you have to be careful how you shoot because you don't want to hit people you're not supposed to hit. So there has to be some proper training. But what I was hoping to do is to get the police to be up in the face of the criminals on the street within the vicinity. The response must be quick, because the justice system does not scare. Like I tell Fire straight out publicly, you could write the law on every billboard and every lamppost, and that don't scare nobody, because them know that by the time you reach there anyway, them gone. So we have to deploy the police force strategically. The police force have to work with the community to form a relationship so that when they respond to a community, they have the backup of the community and the support that something happens there, that you can restrain the situation and make it difficult for the criminals to get away. Criminals must know when they're coming into our community that they are under observation. This is what we try here in the US, the neighborhood watch program. This is something I try to introduce. And, as you may have experienced, most of our Trinidadian people say, well, when you come now, we go do it. You understand? But they may get enough to make an effort. Oh, you live, and then they go tell you living out there, you could talk so. But, I mean, we out here is extending an arm to support you on the ground. So I like to draw the reference that we are provide the air support and the long range, like how the military does, distance support. But towards the ground troop on the ground, and we are collaborating to provide one necessary support. So there has to be a collaboration, and the person who leading this man understand that he needs the support and the effort of everybody on board, because this Trinidad and Tobago, I always tell them, whether I tell UNC and PNM, all of them, Trinidad is mine too. I belong to none all alone. And I have a right to say and to give my input and put my in my source into what I see going on in my country, because it's my country too. So this is, so I don't care who want to boof me, because I could boof back too. And I've done it before. But I appreciate what you're saying, but I disagree with some things about the gun part, because the citizens are defenseless. They've been defenseless for quite a number of years in Trinidad and Tobago, and Mr. Griffith did make an effort to arm some of the law-abiding citizens and business people who are having pure hell and had to pay a bribe. Some things that happened in the force that we should have dealt with. It remained too long. Too long for the politicians are to blame for this. The politicians that blame both sides for allowing this thing to go to this point where it is so uncontrollable. But we need a leadership. We need a type of leadership that will grab the bull by the horn and take it on head on. The justice system is corrupted too. We have seen that. I mean, you know that because you've been inside there. I mean, you know how corrupted some of the police is in the force, because we have heard the stories of them transporting the drugs themselves. And and this information you get from police who didn't know me, who I was, or nobody, but just happened to meet me and turn out, boy, this is what happened, that's what happened, and I had to afraid for myself too.
But let me tell you one thing but I am not against Gary Griffith for arming members of the public. In fact, I was one of the biggest critics for the failure to deal with firearm license applications sufficiently, especially during the Stephen Williams era. Okay? My criticism of Gary Griffith was this. How many firearms do you need for your protection if you're an individual? In my opinion, you need one. There are times, unless you have a security company and you have a lot of guns, there are times when you could be allowed to have more than one firearm. If you have an estate and you have pests like Coup and squirrel and thing coming to eat your crops, you have a shotgun that he used buckshot for shooting the pests. If you like to shoot and you're a member of the Rifle Association and those things, and you want to do competitive or recreational shooting on a range and so on, you could get a firearm for that. So therefore, you should have no more than 3 firearms. And very few people have estates, so therefore it comes down to 2. And there are not so many people in the Rifle Association. So it generally comes down to 1.
Well, guns was not a thing that we promoted in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. But
it was.
Do you agree with someone being allowed to have 25 firearms, or 20, or 10?
Not to that amount, but the thing about it is the situation has reached where
you cannot do anything with 10 guns. Let me tell you, what is going to happen is that people will start renting guns, selling guns, and getting guns stolen and taken from them. Look, you had the Commissioner of Prisons. Didn't he have 2 firearms? Jogging around the savannah?
Dr. Hayde, what
happened? What happened in that case? What happened?
Well, he was outgunned or outnumbered, whatever it was.
No. He was attempting to fix it. He was attempting to fix that, and one went off and hit him in the leg.
Yeah, he shoot himself.
Yeah.
He shoot himself.
A Plaxico.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that.
A Plaxico Boris. kind of, I say
Yeah,
Plaxico
yeah,
bird.
yeah, Plaxico
But
birds. Yeah,
Americans
yeah,
don't know.
Giants receiver, you must shoot himself, yes.
Dr. Hayde, what
Yes,
say
ma'am.
you?
He needs
What
some
say
training
you?
too.
What say you about arming women instead of giving them pepper sauce?
Well, and as far as I'm concerned, there's no difference between arming a woman and arming a man,
Okay.
provided that they undertake the same kind of training that is necessary for the proper security and handling of firearms.
Which should come with the license
Territory,
automatically.
yeah, that's gonna
Which should come before you get the firearm. That should be part of the process in order for you to get a firearm. That you go through.
Yeah, yeah.
You go through because when I was a recruit in the barracks, we never got ammunition until after, because they didn't give you no ammunition until you're in the range, and they didn't give you no ammunition until you're ready to shoot. And nobody
most of
standing
the
up.
police I saw in Trinidad when growing up, they didn't have no gun on them. When they was walking around, was a battle.
Well, that was a different. Yeah, that was a different era. It can't come back.
Exactly.
It will never come back.
Dealing with.
So now we need to do responsible arming of responsible citizens.
Dr. Hayde,
but there has to be an understanding. There has to be an understanding. See, the politicians took too long to come to that understanding. What we need the police officers off duty to be able to carry, because you never know when something's going to happen, and they should be able to respond.
Well, I fought that as president of the police association for years, and the commissioner who decided to do that, to grant firearms even to some of us, was Kenny Mohammed. And when the subsequent commissioner came, Hilton Guy, he started to put back restrictions on it. So it's not a policy that survives.
But we so much of a colonial kind of
well.
dinosaur age. You know, we not in a psychological dinosaur kind of mentality in Trinidad and Tobago, where we need to upgrade. I mean, we elected too many dinosaurs because we need to upgrade the thinking and the understanding of what we're dealing with. You know, in the country, and the criminals do not fear the law. We have to change the operation of the police to respond and to contain the situation.
And what about artificial intelligence? We are a small country and we have money, so they say. Except,
well, the money is allocated.
Money is no problem, but the problem is no money.
But the money is always allocated, but never reach you.
But the point is this: you mean to tell me that we can't? Even where I am here in Uganda, if I drive down the streets, right, my car will appear on at least 4 cameras going down the street. If I go outside now and urinate in the bush, even at this time somebody will see.
Oh.
Because and people will call and tell somebody. But in a small country where people are afraid of being harmed, we have to start using more artificial intelligence, more things where we can find information and find evidence without involving direct input from the public as eyewitnesses.
But I hear most of them cameras not working. I hear cameras up and they're not even working too.
When you say both, what do you mean both? This country, and I say this country, I mean Trinidad and Tobago, should be blanketed with cameras. Blanketed. You should be able to go anywhere. And there are issues with licensing and number plates and all of that should be addressed, that is not being addressed properly.
But
you understand? We had a way where
the structure is benefiting some people.
Anybody could give out license plates. What? You crazy? You know the big fight here is in Uganda right now, and it's going to pass. They want to put, because they have a lot of motorcycles, motorbikes as transportation, and a lot of things go wrong on motorbike riders. They call them bodas. And they want to put chips in all the licenses of all bodas so they could track you wherever you go.
So Dr. Hayde, stick and stay with that right there. We're going to come back. We're going for a quick station identification. Folks, we're going kind of long tonight. We got with us straight out of Uganda, you know, Dr. Wayne, the Watchman Hayde, joining us tonight. And Claudia, the man said that to give me a few lines in a calypso. Eh? Claudia, you say you could do that for
I
me.
will.
All right,
I
so
will.
hold on, stick and stay, don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's In the Village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. We have joining us in the village live, you know, in the early morning in in Uganda, no other than Dr. Wade, the Watchman Hayde, joining us here in the village. So go ahead and tell us about these people in the motorbike there in Uganda.
Yes, that's what they want to do. Implant chips into the motorbikes so that they could track them when bikes are stolen or people using bikes to commit assassinations and other crimes. All our cars should have that, because the criminals are using the vehicles to go and commit crimes everywhere in a small country. And we don't seem to be able to get to them. I don't understand it.
But Dr. Hayde, does the TTPS have an internal affairs department, like how New York City is known for having an internal affairs department? Police watching police who watch police who watch police. So they never know. And internal affairs in New York City, as well as New Jersey, have done significant, have held significant busts with police who are doing nefarious things.
Well, the police have a professional standards unit, but sometimes it doesn't work well when it's himself to himself, and where people can retaliate against members in there. You have the police complaints authority, but they are not part of the police service. And they're not within the system. They can't actually influence internally what is happening. The Trinidad and Tobago police needs a new kind of approach. I'm aware that it has been discussed in some quarters with a new approach in order to bring a closer way of doing checks on police.
Which is something I had in mind, you know, and couldn't get them to take any interest in it either.
Like integrity testing. I am a person, I believe in integrity testing. That's where, for example, you take a valuable watch or something that could be stolen, and you set it up in a place where the police officers frequent to see if one of them will steal it. And you have it covered, and they steal it, you arrest them, and you dismiss them, because it means that you had a criminal sitting amongst your midst all the time. Some people will say that's entrapment. That's not entrapment, because I am not encouraging you to or doing anything for you to steal the item. But there are different forms of integrity testing. Even checking in police stations, they don't even do visits the same way they used to before, to ensure that police officers are doing their jobs and doing it properly. You know, I will do integrity testing, even sending somebody to this police station to make a report to see how the report is handled.
Correct.
And to see what action is taken.
Correct. Correct is right.
You need to
Absolutely
do. You need
correct.
to do these things so that people will know that there are consequences for lack of action, or for negligence, or for criminal or disciplinary wrongdoings. If you don't have that and there's no fear, then nobody will be afraid. And what Claudia was talking about, the corruption will appear to be larger than it is, because there does not seem to be any accountability. You're not hearing anybody being dismissed, being disciplined, being jailed or anything. And you know there are corrupt police officers there. Do you remember my Calypso? Do you want a watchman?
Yep, remember that.
But another police was used to, boy, I work in 10 to 6. I get to the station, I find a corner to sleep because I work in taxi the next day or something, yes. Because if something happened, wake me up. That kind of thing. A lot of them go to work like that. I mean, in the Coast Guard too. You understand? They may patrolling, they're going to sleep. All right.
Well, because we have also brought in a generation of officers who don't hold dear to the organization anymore, because it's a stepping stone. It's not a career.
One of the things that I did, I managed security here in the United States, and what we had like a sergeant or a lieutenant roving and checking the sites, and so it wasn't just the guys or the captain who was on site, but we had a roving officer, senior officer, checking and following up and writing reports, observation and things like that. So the guys was not left alone. I mean, I had hired one Trini guy for a little truck in sight. And he said, "I's your brother, man. Don't worry, Gary. I got your back. I got your back." I get up out of the house about 2 o'clock and I get down to the site about 3 o'clock in the morning. Man, close up the place and lie down sleeping with blanket and everything. But he got my back. So,
well, the police service had that too. The police service have that, but the officers don't do it anymore like they used to, where they come to visit you at all hour of the night.
Yeah.
I mean, visiting is an important thing.
Right.
And where senior officers used to visit to see that junior officers were doing their own work and visiting as well. Because, as you say, who gonna guard the guards?
Yeah, the song, yeah.
So they have to do something. They have to bring some other entity, some other way of monitoring and dealing with police within the service, and basically on behalf of the executive. When I say the executive, I mean the government, because they are the ones who depending on their policies to go right, because crime is always a big issue when it comes to elections. And every election has an element of campaign based on crime.
And
no government wants that albatross hanging over their neck if something goes wrong. So therefore, it may make sense that they have to have something to improve what is happening now. I am not going to pretend I know everything that's happening in Trinidad and Tobago, but I know a lot because people tell me a lot, and police tell me a lot, because I want to know. It's home.
Well, like I say, it's our country. And I want to get that on board, that is a clear understanding that this is our agenda here. We want to bring everybody on board with all the possible resources to improve our country. And I really appreciate what I'm seeing in you, in your interests. Hopefully, whether you become police commissioner or you ever get that opportunity, we need to get some understanding by us uniting with the government of Trinidad and Tobago, that this is what we are prepared to do.
Gary,
continue to build our team.
Gary, them fellas free to give Dr. Hayde that commissioner post, because you might go and sing a calypso.
Right? The thing
that's
about that, that's another thing. No commissioner of police should be singing calypso. Okay, so that
what wrong with that? You're not training.
No. No, but there's certain decorum.
Like Gypsy is the chairman of the National Carnival Commission. He's still singing calypso. What wrong with that?
For Gypsy it's fine. It's fine for Chogras as director of culture and a teacher or principal to do that. There's no
but those
issue
are
there.
conflict of interest, Dr. Hayde. Those are conflict of
wait
interest.
a minute. Answer.
There are some people who argue that it's a conflict of interest, but in Gypsy's case, you could say it's a conflict of interest for him not to sing calypso, but to participate in competition where he is the chairman of the National Carnival Commission.
Correct. That's correct.
So he should not be. To me, that is the definition of a conflict of interest.
Absolutely.
But not singing calypso. If he's singing calypso and he's chairman of the National Carnival Commission, I have no problem with that.
But Dr. Hayde, Gary, 1 minute. Dr. Hayde, if he's singing calypso, he's singing calypso because he's going to be selected for the semi-final in Skinner Park.
Not necessarily. You could actually, many calypsonians say that they don't want to be judged, and usually you have to sing 2 calypsos in order for them to judge you, and you could tell the judges when they come, I don't want to be judged. A lot of calypsonians sing for the salary.
He wanted to be judged.
They get paid. They get paid to sing.
But Dr. Hayde, he wanted to be judged, and he get judged, and he went and sing in Skinner Park. That is the problem we have in Trinidad. We have too much wrong pegs in square holes. It's not square pegs in wrong holes. Wrong pegs in square holes.
Well, Gypsy is a friend of mine. I like him. We lived in the same area in Shoguanas, and when I heard that he was still taking part in competition because as National Carnival Commission chairman, I said no. That if I meet him, I would tell him that to his face, because I'm never afraid to engage my friends. You can't be afraid to engage your friends, but only want to engage those who you perceive as your enemies. That doesn't make any sense. So,
Dr. Hayde, you want me to call the Prime Minister so you could talk to him?
He might have to sing that to him.
Dr. Hayde, go ahead, Gary. Gary, go ahead. Go ahead, Gary.
So what I'm saying, what if we have a commissioner, when he walk into a neighborhood, he get them fellas singing calypso instead of fighting with gun and thing? You don't think that is a good thing? If them fellas change their mind and say, boy, I want to sing like this fella, yes?
Well, let me put it this way. If I am commissioner of police and I believe that I could influence some people the right way by singing a few lines or singing a calypso for them to understand, or appearing in a show free of charge, that's different. That's public service. But not to be as part of the cut and thrust of competition and all of the jealousy and issues that go with it, because people start to say, because you're a commissioner, the police might threaten me if I sing against you, and all these things could happen. But it doesn't mean if I go on the scene and somebody say, hey, like Claudia, I still, if we want, I will still sing a verse for her.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Hold up. Let me just ask this one last question. Rick asks, what are your views on police brutality?
Police brutality has no place in policing. And when I say police brutality, I mean illegal actions. If you come to fight with me as a police officer and I have to fight, I will fight hard and I will fight to put you down. But police brutality will come with, after you're down on the ground, then I kick you in your head, a la Rodney King. Or
while in handcuffs.
Or while in handcuffs, or I put a knee in your throat, a la George Floyd. And sometimes we mistake police action for police brutality. If you're fighting, you're entitled to get beaten until you stop fighting. But not to be beaten in a way that is out of proportion to the offense being committed, to the assault that is being committed, or the resistance that is being put up. So,
Dr. Wade, a minute. Can you repeat what you just said about George Floyd? You would, if you want, say that again.
I'm saying that is a clear case of police brutality, where a person is no longer for providing any resistance, and you put your foot on their throat. I'm saying if you are fighting and you are resisting, you have to be put down. Then you should be put down, but not to the extent where after the person has stopped providing a resistance, that you continue to physically assert yourself on them, like in Rodney King's case. There are cases where you see people fighting with the police officer. If they beat them with batons for them to stop and or to put them down, that is not police brutality. Police brutality is where the circumstances of the case is such that the person is not taking any action that puts you at risk for injury or harm or any other person. And you, in those circumstances, like for example, you arrest a person for not having driver's permit, and you handcuff them. They're not providing any resistance, and you just decide to trip them and make them fall on the face and mash up their mouth or their teeth. That is police brutality.
I have a question. I have a question, sir.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
saw the recent protests in Queens Park, Savannah. The what you call them? The activists. They decided to conglomerate in Queens Park, Savannah, and and they went around and they allegedly were plucking the leaders, all the prominent social activists. And I saw a video where they were thrown into these buses, literally. The police has the right to do that. Aren't you supposed to tell me, am I being detained or am I being arrested? If I ask you that question, am I being detained or am I being arrested? And as a police officer, and you're supposed to tell me, why are you either detaining me or arresting me? Is that so? Yes.
Yes. And America's jurisdiction, jurisprudence.
No, even I'm talking about Trinidad.
Right. But I'm saying it's a little more detailed about the question of detention. In Trinidad, it's more about arrest. And yes, you're entitled to know why you're being arrested, unless the reason for your arrest is so obvious that you don't need to know why you're being arrested. Like, for example, if you don't have a permit to march or to congregate, and I say to you, you don't have a permit, you're not allowed to congregate here, you're not allowed to march here, and you start congregating or marching, then in those circumstances, I can arrest you, not to tell you again what you're being arrested for, because the reason why you're being arrested is so obvious in the circumstances. The circumstances where you have to tell somebody that they're under arrest is where they may not know what it is about, or it may be in circumstances that after an investigation or something, you get evidence that this person has committed an offense or allegedly committed an offense. You're supposed to tell them, I'm arresting you for X, Y, or Z.
Okay, if you say you arrested, like I always tell them, I will go down to the Red House and walk around on the pavement and dare one of them policemen to come and arrest me. Now I want to know what you're arresting me for.
Hold on.
I walk in. I'm not conglomerating. I have no sign. I just walking, going along about my business, and I choose to walk around the Red House. You're gonna tell me you have the right to arrest me for that?
No, hold on.
They have the right to arrest me for that?
No, hold on. Are you talking about walking as an individual or walking as part of a group?
I'm walking as an individual.
Okay. there is no law against you walking as an individual around the Red House.
Thank you.
In fact, you could be jogging and you could jog around the Red House 50 times.
Thank you.
There's no law.
A bunch of
against that.
individuals can individually walk around the warehouse.
Thank you.
But here's the problem. When you have already indicated that you're not walking to the media, to the police, because none of these things, and if I want and I'm a police officer, I could find evidence that you plan a demonstration and you have a placard in your hand. There are circumstances. Everything depends on the circumstances of the particular case. There's no hard and fast rule. But if you want to walk around the Red House, let's say you want you walk around, and when you reach a certain point, like a relay, the next person walk around, and the next person walk around. It's hardly likely that the police are going to arrest you, because the impact of you doing that does not affect the public or the law in any great way. It's when when you congregate, that is where the issue comes about, and usually people don't congregate without efforts. It's like the January 6th issue that you have in America.
Well, that was different.
Yeah. Well, all these, you think those activists who marched around the Red House didn't have planning and telephone calls and meeting and discussions as to how they're going to operate?
But if I thought me and Anselm get into this on the station, if I want to go and walk around the Red House, that Dr. Eric Williams give me the right to walk around in that republic, I want to see a policeman come in my path and say he's going to arrest me.
No policeman.
And sometimes I go get arrested.
No policeman. No policeman would do that.
All right,
no
Anselm, here, loud and clear.
But
let me hear the but. Let me hear.
If you say that you are launching a one-man protest around the Red House to demonstrate or to protest against something, and how you're doing it is in a manner that the police deem to be disruptive to public order.
How you getting disruptive? You alone walking.
No.
Tell me how I disruptive. I alone walking.
I alone could walk around the Red House, and because of my actions, I could cause other people to congregate there and cause a public disorder. Yeah, I could give you tons of examples. I talk about as a lawyer and as a policeman because I know what the situations can be. Now, discretion is what a police officer has, and he can use in these instances. No, but if you come as part of a group and you are disrupting traffic on the pavement, or even walking traffic, then police officers have the right and the authority to ask you to disperse in certain circumstances.
But I ain't with nobody, so I'm walking by myself and I'm going around the Red House for exercise.
No, if you by yourself, if you by yourself and you're walking around the Red House, nobody
the point I was trying to make with Anselm. I can go and walk around that Red House by myself, and no policeman have the right to arrest me.
No, yes, you can, ma'am. But let's look at this. But suppose you decide to take off your clothes or some of your clothes whilst walking.
You will lock you up. But listen, watch. You know what will happen? Doctor, you know what happen? Then police will go back and listen to this program. And get down your bench and say, I gonna walk on the thing because that's so and so. And then she gonna walk around
by myself.
What?
I walk
by the time you
by
make two
myself,
steps, it's 5 police coming in your tail.
I sing in my national anthem when I walk in. I would
arrest me for that. You sing the national anthem?
Honestly, I don't think
forth from the love of liberty, Forged from the love of liberty. And I go walk around the red house. Somebody will come and arrest me? I want to see that. I want to see it.
Honestly, I do not think any police officer, any reasonable police officer will attempt to do that. I think you all were arguing at about issues that may come up. And
I say I go and walk around the Red House and sing the national anthem loud and clear. And let me see who will come and step to arrest me. That's why me alone.
As long as you don't interfere with the security apparatus, you don't go anywhere where you're not supposed to go.
Thank you.
Most likely they will say that you are probably a mad person.
All right, they don't call me that already. That's good, and I claim it. I'm mad.
Then you have no problem.
You know what I'm mad about? I'm mad about the way the Prime Minister buffing the people starving and hungry. Yeah, I'm mad. I claim it my madness. I go walk around the Red House and sing my anthem. I'm mad now.
You have Gary Griffith buffing the Prime Minister.
Well, somebody had a buffing.
I can't walk around my Red
Somebody had a buffing because he out of control.
So Dr. Hayde, here's the last question for you. Mr. Wayne, when you served this country, did the criminals respect you?
I can't speak for myself. I believe so.
As a police officer.
As a police officer.
In Trinidad.
You ask some of them. My attitude was always professional. It was always fair. And it was always in accordance with the law. If you try to give me problems, you will have problems. And people who knew me, yes, I would say that they had respect for me, because when they met me afterwards, they told me that they had respect for me as an individual. But respect as an individual, I don't care if you don't have respect for me as an individual, but when I put on the uniform of authority, then you should have respect for the office that I hold once I myself carry myself with a certain amount of decorum and respect.
And Dr. Hayde, Anselm himself says that he don't pass no policeman when he driving here in the United States. And, you know, we people of color, we have to deal with the police a different way.
Yes.
Why is it still that way in 2021? And knowing the origins of the police force that was originally to, you know, patrol and recapture free Black people, right? So why is it that way still today? Why don't we have a police service? Why is it wait a minute? And I respect you, sir. I respect you, but this is just who I am. Why do we have a situation where when you know African youth, they see a police, you know, they're frightened. You know, why can't we see a policeman and he's supposed to be an auxiliary of the government. He's supposed to help me. I don't like them. I live in a town where I the only Black person here. I don't like them driving alongside me, looking over in my car. I don't like to see no police around me. None. I don't like them. And uncanny enough, I had applied for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Force as a young lass, and I was successful. But I don't like the police. I just don't trust them. I don't trust them. You're a man with a gun coming at you, and like you say, what you just said, right? I have to, you know what I mean? You're fighting. Why is that culture present in the police force? And I'm not going to say service because they're not servicing people. Force. Why is that culture present?
Well, you partly answered your question. You started talking about the historical perspective as to what their original job was supposed to do, and you're still living in a society where race relations have not yet reached a stage where people can feel comfortable to live in certain places, to undertake certain activities, because your society is still predicated on racial identity. And once you have that, and you have a police department, a police force that is majority from one particular group, then you will find that their perception of you and your perception of them will be different to what it is in other countries, where the minority of the country is the same as the majority of the country is the same as the majority of the police officers. So you all have better information than me about what happened in the United States. I know the reasons for it, and you know the reasons for it as well, because you're actually saying it. So that's your reality there. If you come back in Trinidad, you might say you don't like the police, but for a different reason, not because you fear racial bias, but you might just fear them for corruption, according to Claudia, or some other reason. So everybody have their reasons based on the society that they're in.
And I fear a rogue cop approaching me with an armed gun.
Every country, every person, in no matter what kind of country it is, fear a rogue police officer approaching them. That is the greatest fear of anybody in every society, even in societies where police officers have a high level of a high reputation and level of acceptance.
So, Dr. Hayde, here's the last question before you sing me a little verse in our calypso.
The last.
The last and the last. It says, Watchman, how will you deal with corrupt politicians and government officials in high office if elected? That's Sandy Hill. Sandy Hill asks that question. How would you deal with corrupt politicians and government officials in high office if elected?
I will do everything that is legal to find the evidence of their corruption once it's in breach of the law, and then I would pass on the information to the Director of Public Prosecutions, who is the only person in the country authorized to decide on prosecution. Even though, as a police officer, I will have the authority to arrest someone for corruption, but most corruption doesn't take place on the street, where it's a street offense, where if in that case you could go and arrest them. But most of the corruption that takes place amongst the higher echelons will take some time to investigate and will involve technical issues. But I will do whatever without even telling them or reporting to them. I will investigate them and have trusted people to investigate them and report to the DPP. I am not even adverse if no action is taken to name and shame, as long as I have the evidence and I could do it without being sued for defamation, because the truth is a total and complete defense.
And here's this one, quickly, this one, from Fistic. Question, Wayne Hayde, if you were Commissioner of Police right now in Trinidad, would you have given permits to allow that protest, the recent protests in Trinidad? There was a recent protest on a Friday, I think, around the Savannah, and a few activists were locked up, and we had a few activists who were hiding in the corner, and, you know.
November 30th. November 30th. I think that was
November 30th. Thank you, Gary.
Yeah.
Gary, Tommy.
Now, let me talk about protests generally.
Yeah.
In a democratic society, those in power have to allow a certain amount of protest, especially if they are peaceful and with accordance with the norms of that society. And the police commissioner, in his capacity as the one in charge of law enforcement, must ensure that the persons get an opportunity to peacefully demonstrate and even provide some sort of protection for them when they're doing so, as provided that they are willing to follow the rules. And saying that I'm not going to give you, I will be more on the side of granting you permission to conduct demonstrations in accordance with strict guidelines as they are laid down in the law. But we had an unusual, because this is an unusual time because of COVID, where people can now artificially decide that you cannot congregate because of COVID. Me, if I'm commissioner, I would say that there are certain guidelines by which you must operate where COVID is concerned.
Exactly.
Everybody must wear masks. Everybody must follow the guidelines for washing hands and so on, even that you must have places or things where you can wash your hands. And everybody must practice social distancing, meaning that if you have a demonstration, it might be a demonstration that is strung out, because everybody will have to maintain a certain distance from each other. And I would even if you're standing on the pavement, I will allow you to stand on the pavement, but your demonstration may have to take up the length of Frederick Street instead of just Harris Square, because of social distancing and ensuring that the requirements of the health regulations are maintained. There are ways that you could allow things while at the same time dealing with what the restrictions are.
Which which we seen clearly didn't take place at all. There was no discretion.
Well, part of it, let's be fair here, part of it is that Trinidadian society are a bit unruly. And I saw in the video people were not social distancing, were not wearing masks, and were shouting at the top of their voices. Which even provides a risk to the police officers who are there. You understand?
But based on that,
don't you think that the shouting came about because they was wrongfully approached and what was done by the police? Don't you think that came about?
I'm not sure, because I didn't see the beginning. So This is a case of the chicken or the egg, which came first.
There was an understanding they can conduct this if they conduct it constructively, but apparently they got stormed by the police to remove them from there, and the approach was very hypocritically done. And
that's what I'm saying. Sometimes as police officers, your senior officers could be the one to lead and say, listen, this is the situation here. This is what you're required to do. The letter that you got with permission, because you have to get a letter signed by the commissioner with permission to march.
Well, they said that there was no commissioner, so the letter cannot be granted. But what I'm saying, as the
who said that? Wait, hold on. Who said that?
That's what they told her. In fact, I said they told Marsha Walker that a couple of days before she was standing by herself.
Who did that?
We have a video where Marsha Walker was standing by herself with one sign, nobody around her, and they told her they remove her, and they told her if she come back, they would arrest her. So,
but you see, for me, and this might be I'm saying this, I'm going to say it. Even though there's no commissioner per se, this is one of the instances where the person who is performing the functions of commissioner will be and can be allowed to act. Because this is a public order matter.
As long as you hold in the post, you should have the right to do so.
Well, there are some things that he cannot do because the law specifically says that you can't. Right? But there are many things under the regulations where there is delegated authority from the commissioner to another person of a lower rank to act. And this is one of the instances I would say, first of all, I would ask the question as a lawyer and a policeman, did they submit an application seeking permission or not?
But they're telling you there's no police commissioner to submit it to.
Listen to me. That is the part of the nonsense. That's a nonsensical argument. They should have, you see, and they want to eat their cake and still have it. Therefore, they had no authority to congregate. I, as leader of that march, would have applied to the person who is the accounting officer and performing the functions of commissioner. Don't say, well, it are no commissioners, I could do what I want. Really?
No.
They didn't do that.
We didn't say that.
Police,
that's not what was said.
The police is telling them that. But what I watched was how the senior officer approached this whole situation there. The senior officer did not handle this thing in any diplomatic way. It was already planned aggression. And he should have taken a megaphone or a bullhorn or whatever you want to call it and tell them to disperse instead of going and grabbing them like they were, some kind of rioters.
Well, all these things are part of the training and etiquette for police officers that sometimes it depends on the individual officer. As you just said, the one in charge. You may find another person might have been in charge of the party and approach it in a totally different way.
But Dr. Hayde,
yes, ma'am.
Throughout history, populists have revolted whenever they felt neglected or oppressed. Let's use the Bastille as an example. The citizens of Paris was fed up of being hungry and feeling disenfranchised, and they stormed the Bastille. Fast forward to Margaret Thatcher wanted to apply poll tax in the 80s, and they revolted in civil disobedience by not paying the tax, which resulted in it being abolished and removal of her from power. So people usually revolt or want to conglomerate, or they want to chant, or they want to, because there's something fundamentally wrong in society. They're not happy. I know you're aware of what's going on in Trinidad and Tobago. There's a lot of poverty. People have lost their jobs. There's fear. You're getting buffed by the prime minister. You're fined for not wearing a mask. Fine for this, fine for that. They're behind on their bills. It's too much on the populace. So how much more can they take? So they're going to take it to the People's Square. I thought it was going to get in Woodford Square, not the People's Square, right? And take it there. The people need to be heard.
But honestly, that is not a matter for the police when they're doing their jobs. And that's the real contradiction in society. That some of the things that people protest for might also be in favor of the individual police officer. But in the performance of his duties, he has to go by what the law requires in a particular instance. What I hear you saying behind all of this, and also Anston, what I hear you all saying is the approach by the police officers requires a little more humanity.
Thank you.
That's what I understand that you're saying. You're not saying that the police should not do their jobs, but how you do your job is important.
Exactly.
And also not to be provoked, because people can provoke you. And if you are easily provoked, then you will easily
should-
react, and that's where things go wrong.
Well, you know,
Then you shouldn't be a police officer.
we are humans, right?
No, but
And
humans, exactly.
and let's be realistic. If you come with me in a hostile manner and start to assault me, you leave me no choice but to react.
No, that's a different thing. Talking in a hostile manner and
No. I'm just saying, if you
could
start
be
to be
subjective,
abusive,
but assault is different.
yeah. So,
Right.
so what I'm
And
looking at is that I want to see a more humanitarian approach, because also the things that are being fought for is in benefit of the police officers. A lot of these officers are fed up with the government themselves, and they cannot publicly disclose that. But the things that are being fought for on the ground there is in their benefit and interest too. You know, so
but then it's important then that even the activists and them understand that and not provoke the police officers when they in these situations to enforce confrontation. Let me give you a little example. When I was president of the Students Guild in UWE, we decided to march when they were going to raise fees, the cess. You remember that? When of you remember that? The government was going to raise the fees for university students, and we decided to march. And the students, we had meetings, and the students wanted to march. And here I am, a police officer who was also president of the Students Guild. What did I do? I prepared a letter to the Commissioner of Police seeking permission to conduct the march, explaining what the march was about and where we are going and what our intentions were. And it was granted. And people were afraid. People were afraid.
But the activists can't even get that.
No, because they never applied.
No, they're getting joked around. This is what the issue is here. They're playing games with them.
No, I would perform applying the letter, and I will go to Mr. Jacobs' office, and I will drop the letter there for the person in charge of the police service with a copy to the Minister of National Security.
I think Mr. Abdullah has done something like that. I would have to fully inquire because I think they did.
You see that it's very important as radio personalities, media personalities, that you confirm what the facts are. I always like to know what the facts are first before I make a definitive comment.
Yeah, I heard something in that context that they did go with a letter. But the understanding, all the activists, there was no hostile intention towards the police.
No, not even hostile intention. I have been to demonstrations where people say all kind of insulting things to you. You just have to laugh.
Well,
you laugh in people's face and they say, "Are you laughing?" Okay, it's not hurting.
I understand, but what I'm looking at is the whole approach to how the public was approached there, and I think it was handled very wrong and could have been done better. And that's what I look at.
Oh well. So, Dr. Hayde. Oh, I think his camera froze, man. Don't tell me that.
Yeah. So we can't get that calypso or what?
I think, man. I don't think we getting that
calypso. Keep him too long.
I think it's frozen. Maybe
we stretch him out.
Yeah. PNM hijacking his signal in Uganda too.
PNM going to Uganda too?
Mm-hmm. He's on 3 hours and 48 minutes already.
I know. Absolutely. So guys, of course, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Diana?
Yeah.
So Saturdays that
yes,
show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, yeah, we just lost him. Saturday is that big show, right? And
yeah, did you ask your daughter to play the piano? I have the lineup here, so I'm gonna email it to you.
Yeah, I have to kind of Yeah.
She could play the video, and you play video in the
Well, I like your
in the
background there,
show.
handsome.
Yeah, but
Trini
we
Christmas them there,
celebrating,
boy.
boy. Yeah, we
Wow.
I ain't see
celebrating, boy.
no
Huh?
Bajan flag there, but that's all
Hey,
right.
it's that Trini thing. It is no Bajan thing here.
Correct
Hey,
is
I
right,
thought your
man.
mouth hurting you. Why you don't go back and sleep?
Oh,
Oh.
Now she exposing my business here now.
oh Lord. How you feeling, Gary?
Doing much better, but I'll talk to you guys more about that off the air.
Okay, my friend. All
But
right, my
folks,
brother.
let me say this. I want to thank Dr. Hayde,
Yep.
for joining us. He shared a lot of information. It's been a long one, but
Now he tell me I could go and walk around the Red House. That's all I want to
But a
know.
bunch of we could go and walk around and we just don't look at each
Yeah,
other.
he said I could go and walk around my Red House. That
nobody
Eric
separate from
Williams give me
walking.
my pavement. Yep.
One walk and get locked up. That is all.
You can't. No, he said they're not. No, I can walk around. I'm telling you. You with me? We can't walk around the Red House. I walk around the Red House forwards from the love of liberty in the
Yeah.
fires of hope and prayer. I'm gonna walk and sing my anthem.
Hey, let me say thank you to Hamadullah. Hey, Hamadullah, why it is is he he's a Calypsonian? I want to think,
Yes,
right?
yes, I think so.
Yeah, he's a Calypsonian, and
So invite him.
Hamadullah, we had to invite it to be a guest host one night, man. We had to really do that. You know what I mean? Because you're joining us. Them rest of fellas and them. Oh, we have also Montana, boy. Yeah, we had
Throw the number then answer. Throw the
Albert.
number that they can contact you.
yeah, but we almost
So,
finished, boy.
No,
so
I mean not for
you
tonight,
want me to
but
give you want me to give you the rundown on what I have lined up so far?
give me
Yeah,
the
yeah,
rundown
yeah.
then.
No.
All right. For videos, that would be
Hold on. Let me
recorded
bring
and
you on.
presented.
Hold on, let me bring you on screen here. Hold on.
Okay. For the Saturday talent show, for videos that
Yeah.
will be pre-recorded and presented, we have a steel pan player from Tobago, Ulrich Murray sending he think playing some kind of grapefruit pans.
Ulrich
I have
playing?
yeah, I have Adam.
Wait, Diana. What are we gonna play? Grapefruit pan?
Some
Ping pong.
thing that look like grapefruit pan. I
Let
don't
Yeah,
know.
Ulrich go down by CGA and play that, right? They still have CGA? CGA.
Like grapefruit cans. And he
Hey,
yeah,
said
that
that he
be
contribution.
Diana, you know
yeah,
CGA? Citrus Growers Association on the main road? You remember
Yeah.
CGA?
Yes, I know Citrus Growers
So let
Association.
Ulrich go down there and play the pan down by CGA. Grapefruit pan?
no,
Yeah.
that's skillful. That's very skillful.
Nobody want to hear
Adam
no
is
grapefruit pan by Ulrich. Why you put Ulrich in that thing? Huh?
Let him man
anyway.
play. Let him man play the thing, the man.
Should I
Let him
continue?
play. Let him play.
Oh, you gonna mash up my brother
Okay.
like that answer. We can't do that.
My
All right.
beautiful little Adam, that little boy that took care of the baby pelicans, he's going to
Okay.
be sending in a video playing two pieces. Then there's a
Okay.
little cousin of mine, Brandel. He's going to be reciting one of my
Wait.
poems.
That's not conflict of interest. You putting your cousin in the show?
Then there's another girl, Piffy. She's going to do recite a poem. Then there's Hadia Beckles. She will be singing a song. Avion Beckles will be telling a story.
Wait. That Penelope Becker's family?
No. Then
Okay.
there is Parang, a guy, Parang Man live will perform. Then the little Calypsonian guy, he is slated to perform live. I have a mini speech, 3-minute speech by two brothers who want to talk to the youth about the importance of not getting involved in gang violence, but staying in school and listening to your parents. There's a fella, Tobago Sashmore. I discovered him when he sang in What a Wonderful World in the same tone as Sashmore's. And he's going to sing something about the PDP. Anselm's daughter is supposed to do the piano. I got a big question mark there. Another lady, her son is going to be playing the guitar. Yeah. And I wanted to ask Twiggy if any of her kids are talented from that East Dry River area.
But we
Let
had to
them
play
come
that
in.
video tonight on Twiggy before we go, buddy.
So how about
Let's come in.
you invited Diana?
No, hold on. Let
Why
me
don't
see.
you invite her?
Oh, the talent show. No, the children. Let us.
No,
The
no. I'm
children's
talking
thing.
about
Twiggy can sing.
Yeah, Twiggy can sing.
Twiggy can
not
sing. What
sing. I
Twiggy
mean,
go sing?
to come and talk about a few things.
Yeah. Well, when the season is over.
Where you want Twiggy to sing? I mean, sing.
She could
Twiggy
sing.
gonna come.
She could sing a song for Dr. Rowley. Ask her to dedicate a song to Dr. Rowley.
It could be sting, Twiggy, sting.
Rastaman vibration.
Sing, Twiggy, sing. Let me see this one before you go. Oh, we have time, boy? Yeah, I think we have time. Let me see.
So we
Let
have
me
a
see this
packed
one. Hold
schedule.
on.
Tom, you have anybody to do anything?
Hold on.
Not at the moment. I dropped a line on it, but I didn't get any
Gary?
feedback on it.
Anybody to do anything from you?
No, I didn't, get anybody. But I'll also
Okay,
try.
well,
Hold on.
Diane, Auntie Diane,
Hold on.
Oh, look at
Okay.
trouble, eh?
No
all my
trouble.
ladies abroad, all in Trinidad, all over the world, I want to say greetings to you all. I have a special lady I want to say hello to today. Diane, Auntie Diane. Is a Bajan. She's born in Trinidad, yeah.
She thinks
But
she a
she
low
grew up in
fashion.
Barbados. She's write
That's
poem and
Paul.
for children and the media, she do things. She looks out for children. Anything that I ask that woman for before I could ask, Auntie Diane, good day, love you for everything that you did for them children and still do. And I want to send my love and my respect to you.
Oh, because he deny yellow fashion too.
Pretty. I'm more to
That's
talk about
Paul.
her. I have a picture here with her.
We're going to find the picture now, Robin.
Thing frozen.
Lady,
Is your in?
She go find it.
Oh, she find it.
Is it this
Take
woman
that
here?
answer. Take
Who is
that.
that?
Who's
that, Twiggy?
Who's that? She grew up in Barbados. She's write poems, she's write books.
She's a
She do a
Bajan.
lot of things. She get a award. This woman, Auntie Diane. Auntie Diane, I want to say good morning to you. I want to send all my love from them children and them. Them children and them mates and tell me to tell you good morning and they love you for everything that you did for them for the years that passed, the year coming on for this year. I want to say all the best and love to you. You're a woman, look out for me in EDR, right? And you never give me up. This woman, Diane, Auntie Diane, good morning to you. And despite the say you is a Bajan and you have Bajan accent, and you this and you that, you what happening? The kind of work you just put out, sister, the kind of work you put out for my Caribbean country and for others, half of them who talking, they can't do that kind of work. You hear me? You're not just a black woman, but you're a powerful woman. You hear me? You don't only look out for children, you do a lot of things. You get awards, she write books, she do a lot of things. And I want to send all my love and respect to this woman. This woman. She do a lot of good things to children. Yeah, and she looked out. She does do anything for me once I want anything done for children. She reach out to them. So I want to send my love and my respect to this woman first to begin.
Thank you.
It don't make her a matter she is this and no. She don't take no side. She tell you as it is and she have a passion for children. And then what it have a lot of them the deceitful, but always not like that woman. A lot of only like to talk and I like to promise and I like to this and I like to that. I don't deal with that. Me don't vex who you is, what you doing. It don't make a difference to me. You hear me as I tell all you every day. I don't come out here for handout. I don't beg all you for nothing. I want nothing from all you. And I don't afraid to tell you all of that. I don't want nothing from all you. I don't like promises and I don't like game. You understand me? And a lot of all you on this Facebook page here, only like promises and game. I don't deal with promises. I don't deal with game. Right? We have a lot of children out here. One father said, no, it's Christmas. Look out for all the children. Mothers, don't abandon our children. This is a season for that. And I wish a lot of us out here as parents, we can look out for one another. and for the children too.
Yes, indeed.
I wouldn't like how I just talk. I just complain out and talk my mind. It's time for you all to look out for children. Too much of homeless children, too much of children out here. We're not fatherless, motherless, and we're not doing nothing. It's Christmas. Let us put our hands together. Thank you, Diane, from all corners. Thank you, Diane, for looking out for them children, paying attention to them and acknowledging them. People like Bacchanal and Confusion and Facebook, they don't have time to look out for the youths and them. And that is what's going on in our country today. Wherever you is, you just still look out for them.
So folks, there you have it, boy. No other than Twiggy sending shout outs. Where Diana, she gone?
We had to call a straight talk with Twiggy, yes?
Yeah. She gone, boy. She gone.
Diana, Waveney, Benskin, McDonald, boy.
There you go. Diana, Waveney, Benskin, McDonald. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna go for a quick station identification. When we come back, we have another Waveney, Diana, Benskin, McDonald. Well, not another. We have another Twiggy coming up. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. In the village to the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, Diana Benskin.
Yeah.
Twiggy was saying all kind of thing about you. Twiggy see how you
as a patron.
You come down Observatory Street, you get lost. she said that's where you was going. You come and ask you for Dr. Rat. You don't know Dr. Rat dead long time ago.
I know Dr. Rat dead long time. Please. I don't know what stupidness you talking.
Twiggy say you asking all kind of questions and she can't answer you.
And I know where Observatory Street is very well. I have a taxi driver that takes me from point A to point Z.
She said, you ask the man, you're going to Observe Street? The man said, no, it's not Observe Street. Let's take a stay. Don't go nowhere. It's in the village to the DAG Triplets at WZYE 95.9 FM. We'll be right back after this short station identification.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Of course, we are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. But Diana, I want to say that you know, we really appreciate all that you do, and we know that you are very hard worker and your heart is in the right place, you know. And you know, when a person like Twiggy could make a Facebook live about you, you know, you're going clear. You know, the only thing next thing you have to do now is to just, you know, put on your red jersey and you're good to go.
I go put on some red nail polish.
Yeah, all I need to put on some red nail polish and take out that pink sweater you have on there and put on a nice.
You notice my pink sweater? Okay.
Yeah. You could put on a black sweater. That's all right. You could put on a pink or a black, or maybe you could do a green one. You know what I mean? You know.
This is one of my favorite colors: pink and purple and brown.
Yeah. We know we see you, man. Pretty in pink. You know what I mean? You know, hey Nadia, good night. I said good night. And hey, you know what? Claudia was ripping tonight, you know. Claudia was
Ron say raining cats and dogs in Arima. Well, don't go outside, Ron. Cats and dogs. You'll get
what?
Well, there's water for all. Get all the spouting and barrel and fill it up, and don't complain there's no water.
Let me see if
cats and dogs.
Wait, when cats and dogs? We outside?
In Arima.
All over Trinidad.
So water for all in Trinidad right now. Water for all.
Water for all?
Yeah.
But I hear wherever Limavilke constituency is, that lady on Citizens Union of Trinidad and Tobago, she ain't getting water for about 7 days.
She needs to get a spouting working.
Then people don't know how to collect water.
And that is Stuart Young's constituency.
Yeah, but they should have the tank set up to hook up to the roof to collect the water.
So
People don't
hold
know.
up. Let me get.
Thank you, Nadia.
What Nadia say?
I'm blessed. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Oric say he agree with Twiggy. Thank you, Oric.
Hey, Oric, somebody say you're gonna play some grapefruit drums.
Hey, watch yourself now. Oric, don't believe, yeah? All right, good.
Oric, somebody say you're gonna play some type of grapefruit. They say you're gonna by CGA, by Citrus Growers Association, and you're going to do a live video in front of Citrus Growers Association and play some grapefruit drums that have in the bag. Diana, didn't you say you was playing some grapefruit drums?
Oric, you want to start trouble, all right? Okay, good.
But that's a skillful thing, you know, playing on them.
Playing grapefruit drums? Playing grapefruit drums. Come on, Tommy, man, you need to steal band. Where's that one?
No, but grapefruit is not drums, it's cans.
Diana make a mistake. My bad.
I see Ulrich, I see Ulrich line up some grapefruit and orange can.
You see,
and it's like the foot. And I don't know if you have them filled with water or sand, but he's getting all the notes on the musical scale.
Yeah, they tune them.
Right.
They tune them like you tune a steel pan and you play them.
So that's why I call it. That's why I call it.
But we should do that with the grapefruit juice and the orange juice.
I apologize. I didn't know was grapefruit Tims. I heard Diana and she based grapefruit drums.
And Seb, we should do that, man. Come on.
Yeah, so Oliver beat some grapefruit
and they're making good music, you know.
Yeah, you tune them like you tune a regular steel band.
I did that with different bottles and a glass, different full of water. But I'm sharing part of Laventille. That's right.
Ulrich. Yeah, Curry's good night. Ulrich, I never see nobody play no grapefruit drums up in Chumakak Laventille.
I never said grapefruit drum. I said grapefruit can.
Oh, you changed your mind. My apologies. I apologize.
Take the ballies and wax out your ears.
You see, you didn't hear what you said. You come on big and sweaty. You have this big spreadsheet in front of you.
You need to go and get some green wax in your ears.
Green wax. That's ILP, you know.
Anyway, guys, I gotta say good night. I'll catch you guys up. Good night, everybody.
Hey, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, Gary. Please take care of yourself.
Guys, listen, right. We have Wade here back, so we could finish up. He could sing a little tune there for we, and then we will finish up nice.
He's back.
Yeah. So Dr. Hayde, we glad you come back. You know, we wanted you to finish. We always like to finish on a good note. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Give me something before you go. You know,
right.
You know, that fella say, who you sing that? Eat something before you go. Who's that?
Scrunter.
Oh yeah. So give me something before you go.
Right. I don't know how many of you have ever heard the song Amnesty.
Misty?
I came forth with this song in the Caribbean, the second or third Caribbean Calypso Monarch competition. Divided opinion, mixed up reaction. Now that Abu Bakr is free, some say they never thought that a sober court would give killers amnesty. Well, my friends, you know this is Trinidad, and these things happen all the time, where the innocent ones they suffer, while the guilty escape with crime. Some people say I'm nice, while others say I'm nasty. So take this little advice. What has happened in the country? Baka said the Nargam was so evil, we better off if all of them dead. But you know he still pardoned Robinson and killed some innocent ones instead. Now the state have to end up paying he with them same poor people money. And now the only struggle he have in life is how to raise a baby on his third wife. So why the hell we vote for a government? Why the France we don't scrap the parliament? Anyone can run this country. All you need is a gun and an amnesty.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Blow boy.
Yeah,
Blow boy. Blow boy.
Yeah, 100. Say 100. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a boss, man. It's a boss. It's a boss one. That's a boss one. We actually have to clip that one out and put that one separate. You understand?
Yeah.
So we get that one live and direct. So Dr. Hayde, I want to say from the bottom of my heart, man. Thank you so much, man, because it's Friday morning in Uganda, and you took the time to come and join us, man. All of us here at WZYE 95.9 FM, we want to say to you, man, thank you so very kindly. We really appreciate this.
You're welcome. And I know, as I told you, well, I didn't tell you, but one of the reasons I do it because you still have your accent. All of you still have your accent after so many years.
Wow.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
I got my Bajan accent too, right?
Your Bajan accent.
That's right. That's right.
And Dr. Hayde, I'm telling you, if there's one thing we here at WZYE 95.9 FM, we keep it real. You know,
right.
And we speak truth to power. Some people may not like what it is here, but that's the way it is, man. It's not everybody you're gonna agree with. Right? And to me, it is important that you listen to what other people are saying so you can make a well-rounded opinion on things. And rather than just listening to one story all the time. I don't want to hear one story all the time. I want to hear different opinions, you know, so I could be more well-informed. I read the book, The Magic of Thinking Big. I also read the book by Dr. WZYE called Mindset, you know, because it tells us that some of us have a fixed mindset, or some of us have a growth mindset. You know, and when people have a fixed mindset, they don't want to listen to any other thing that can move into the realm of a growth mindset. So again, man, we really want to appreciate you. Any closing words before you go?
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Hayde, I just want to let you know I'm a poet and I also write calypso too.
All right. Good. Well, I hope we have a carnival. We could write some calypso.
Yeah, we could collaborate.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you so much, man.
Appreciate you.
Have a good day, everyone. Good evening.
All the best. All the best.
Now I'll go and sleep.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah.
Pleasant.
All right. So, folks, I have to tell you, man, that's the guy first interview in a long time, you know.
Yeah.
Answer, that's a big one. Answer me, pull off a big one.
That's a big one straight out of Uganda, man. 3 hours. It's like 4 morning in Uganda right now. You know, and that's one thing I could tell you is that we here at WZYE 95.9 FM, you know, we are changing the landscape, whether people want to believe it or not. We are changing. Let me play this one for you.
You think some of your PNM friends were listening?
Yeah, they're listening.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're listening, man. They're listening. Let me play this one, Diana. After we play this one, we go. Hold on, eh? Which one is this, boy? Let me see if this is the one. Oh God, let me see which one it is. Message. 3 primers. Let me see if it's this one. Nah, not that one. It's this one. All right, here we go. No, not that one either. Here we go. It's this one. All right, here we go. This one here. Share. Hold on, eh?
Mama, I promise. I will want to business about it. Let me tell you something. We don't look out for you. We don't care what you say, what you see. I different. And a lot of my PNM people, let me tell you something. I really not in politics now. If you look at the seat full one all you, let me tell you plenty all you something. I don't care one and all. Already seat full. All you see all you doing shit. All you see the country going down and all this. Still standing up and one that man there. It's time for that man to go. Playing talk bad manners. I don't care about none of you. Or you don't put nothing in my kitchen. Plenty of the deceitful hypocrite PNM who afraid to tell Mr. Rowley that the country fed up with him. That is all. I don't care about none of you. I'm going to let all you know. All you was never my friend in the beginning. All you can't be my friend. All you can be living in Trinidad, New York, abroad. I don't care about you. You see this one that come on here? I don't care about you. You're only doing shit. And you're only trying the PNM party down a road and all you don't want to get conscious. Right? Why is only one PNM to back and forward the PNM in Tobago? Or you see what's going on? Or you get a Qatar and Tobago, go be conscious now. Listen at the bank or you get a Qatar PNM doing shit. It's shit PNM doing, they're not looking out for the youth. And all the activists who come to talk about this, talk about all the leader. Keep Rowley, talk about Mr. Rowley. Mr. Rowley's in a mess right now. We crying down the PNM. Or they're singing for all this support. They're afraid to talk and tell Rowley doing shit. Let us call it, what we just call it, the election for the internal election inside, and let us get somebody who is the party after the Prime Minister is a deputy something. Let us know we're ready to campaign. It have plenty women in the party. It have plenty women in the party to hold up this party, the People's National Movement. Mr. Rowley is trying on the party the wrong road. All this other deceitful, hypocrite people who selling all the party to dreams. Get it together. It's people all over the world telling Rowley go. Man is sick like a dog on a bed and he still get back San Fernando East. San Fernando East never patched man in. You born and boasting about Tobago. Tobago run you. They beat you all corner Tobago right where you're born and go to beat you. I and Kamala yesterday talking, she from Superior, which is cute. And they never vote you out. You from Tobago people don't want you. You know what them deceitful, hypocrite PNM activists from Trinidad, they're talking and crying for them what the man can go in a corner with it. And the Tracy, and how you Tracy. Stop calling man in name. All the pelmet stone and one man in from 2010 from Embali's house, all the now sealing the plane and calling man in and man in and man in. All the to the deceitful eyes of Embali's. And I tell you all it's time for me to call an internal election inside and get a leadership. We're wrong with all you, Mr. Rowley's no use in the party or corner you hear and you say Mr. Rowley in a mess. Mr. Rowley's time to step down. Step down, Rowley. Or the first to tell all the leader that. Where's the problem telling Rowley step down the party, finish tired of all you come down the party in a different road. I don't care how much all the PNM could be in Trinidad and America, who would care? Who don't like how I just talk, the metal or the take it in all the cuckoo man, chuck it up. But plenty of them vote for all them, all the family, they're nothing. Or they can't talk them. I just sing for my supper. Or you get a Qatar and Tobago, the people's wait, and I'm going to tell all something, or they won't like how I say it. All of the activists who talk, they won't tell all the truth. PNM lost the elections in 2006. When the job. If Penny pull them out, if Penny then go over there and campaign, that I lost some days, PNM Penny pull them out. And let them join. Penny wasn't there. It had done lost some since that time. All you playing, all you don't know that. It's Penny saved them and made them draw the last time 6 people graduated the woman. The people don't like you only come out the party step out. It's not the PNM, it's the people in the party that the people don't like. And I hear my girlfriend talking about certain activists. Me don't know where them come from. People blight in the party. I said that old blight have in the party. People resigning, people running away from the party. You cost my chairman so stinky go in Africa. No Advocacy. You cost no Advocacy, stink prime minister. Them is the big guns you have up there, and you had house leaking everywhere the bullet falling on that my chairman for Hayde. I walking under you. But all of them try to go home. You cost Dr. Roy Lee, night election, it cost Garcia so sting, Garcia jump on a plane next day and go on Africa to see what business. While they're talking that Mr. Calendar is resign, you still busting up your mouth as an activist. This one I resign and you busting up your mouth. It's time for you to go home and relax. Enough is enough in the PNM. I didn't tell all of this crystal ball, tell me everything, you know. You see this? I tell all of that, all of them believe me. From day one, this crystal ball telling me the trouble we in on all of them be playing. Look, you see, Gary Griffith still in the front, he have a he's in the next one. You come out, Gary Griffith in the front now. We have so much problem in the PNM. My Prime Minister can't talk. Imagine a man like you who like to talk, he can't talk, now we in a corner. You talk so much about Mason Hall, you talk about all the way you went. And right now, all the way you went to do the last Prime Minister, they vote you out. God don't sleep in his only wear pajamas. I want to hear your activists and them since when they speak and them have to campaign to be like stabilizers and up in Tobago don't want to hear all you. Tobago don't want to hear all you. They get a cut us, we get a cut us in Tobago, get it over. No how, once you sitting down there, Mr. Ronnie, people would not win election. You talk about you was going home the last time, go home. We have women in the party to run the party, all this lights. I call it forget what they do my father, Patrick Manning. All they forgetting more, they take back 10 times that I walk now, all they calling Manning. What all they calling Manning in for? Eh? All they not dealing with the young people. The same young people that wasn't dealing with it, I tell all about it, the same young people come and vote all you out.
Of course, folks.
All right.
All I get live and direct from Twiggy, boy. Twiggy, will boy. Hey, well, Albert Montano, welcome. Twiggy put Diana in the same live, boy.
Lord help me.
Diana, you need live with Twiggy. And Twiggy talking about she party, boy. Twiggy kicking out she party. Twiggy says she had enough, boy. She had enough.
Lord.
Yeah,
Now you know they're coming for me now, right?
Oh, you mean they must come for you? So listen, hey, Ray Stout, Troy Smith, and Albert Montano. Put closing comments in the chat. Albert Montano, Ray Stout, and Troy Smith. Put closing comments in the chat. Yeah, but yeah, and hold up, let me just clean up some of these things we have in here real quick. So Ray Stout, Troy Smith, hold on. Ray Stout, Troy Smith, Montano. Put closing comments in the chat.
We still say what closing comments you're talking about, Ansel?
What do you mean what closing comments? What are you talking about? Like you don't know what closing comments is now? He can't write and spell. So
You just put I.
Oh, yeah. So AG gave Fally 4 p.m. deadline tomorrow to respond to Duke matter. I know.
Ooh.
I know you're wasting your time for now. Long lines today in no long lines today in the savannah for vaccine. Nobody want no vaccine, buddy. Nobody. Savannah empty.
Oh, jeez.
All they look 4 firms to bid for the refinery, buddy. Somebody else gonna get the refinery at 1%.
I hear they have stranded trainees in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, we go come to that quickly. Duke choose THA deputy chief role over PSA presidency. So he giving up one. Huh? No, he resigned as he's gonna resign as PSA presidency by December the 31st. You already said that. WASA, Waste and Sewage Authority.
Waste and Sewage Authority.
Yeah, Waste and Sewage Authority. That's
Oh, Jesus, Lord.
I don't make a sign for that one. Water security for every sector, deliver it, sustain it. Waste and Sewage Authority. That is what it is. Waste that time.
We start reminding us what happened in Kentucky, but that tornado was devastating, man.
Yeah, boy. That tornado wasn't easy, boy. TNT records his first Omicron case. Here's what we know so far. And there was a fake news going about that Bhagwan Singh, the wife of Bhagwan Singh, was the one that brought the thing into the thing. And you know, boy, I just double check them thing, and you know, and Ansel Dennis asked for a recount and he lost by 2 more votes.
Oh no!
And after recount, he lose bigger. He lost increased 100%.
No.
The minister felt to receive COVID-19 booster. We taking a booster. Gary say he get 94.8% on discarded PSC merit list. And what? You get 94.8%.
WZYE.
The Prime Minister says what we can look forward to in 2022, I think, is some considerable improvement economically, as long as we are not beaten down by the virus in 2022. Our economy should improve.
Oh, Jesus, Lord.
God, this reporting the news down. Hey, we're having a Chumaka Community Development Association on the 21st of December. That will be 11 years since that building burned down. Payment power for 6 out of those 11 years. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Hey.
Boy, and people that want to know why I'm fighting for them people in the building. That's why I'm fighting for them all. You only see that? And only watch this, eh? Impossible is just an opinion. Remember, all see here? Right? Remember, impossible also spells I am possible. Only don't forget that. Remember that. Right?
Yep.
And listen to this one now. South African doctor see signs Omicron is milder than Delta. Listen here.
That's right. That's right.
Omicron is milder than Delta. All right?
Long ago, for a while now, they've been saying it's just like a common cold.
Yeah, it's milder than Delta. Right? You say Tracy must go and Farley have a challenge. I know what Farley challenge is, but let's go. We're just getting rid of these things here, Diana. Tracy, others dismiss PNM Tobago Chambers call to all reason. All of them have to go. All every single one of them have to go. All of them. The president tell Farley don't feel Tobago. Like how she feel in Trinidad.
Where she come from anyway? But let me answer him. I know it's late. You know, I ain't got no big thing tonight. I just wanted to make a comment.
Wait, let me finish these quick. Let me finish these quick.
No, while we're on this thing here, I believe Dr. Rowley, in a covert way, like, you know, empowered Tobagonians to do what they had to do for themselves.
Nah, I don't agree with that.
Okay, like Donald Trump empowered us to vote him out of office.
Okay. And here's this, right? Farley, PDP will continue program started by the PNM. Them fellas different. Them fellas not the same type. The Tobagonians are not the same type of people. Listen to this one. This is what Colin Booth says. Simbut says he's proud to say, I'm a member of a government that distributed 200 food baskets on fresh vegetables and chicken. You hear that? All they get chicken. All they get chicken and all they take. All they take that.
200.
Yeah.
Should be 2,000.
Yeah, the road is clear for the PSC to nominate acting commissioner. So that is it. That is it for that news right there. You know what I mean? That is it. All the news that we get all them news out. They've been sitting in the thing. Let me see if I have that one day with you there. I know which one is that one. That is the one with the hold on. People stranded. Let me get that one real quick before we go.
You ever heard of Ernesta Prokop?
Ernesta Prokop?
Yeah.
Nah. Who's that?
First lady of Wall Street. Passed
Oh,
away at
that's
98 years old.
oh,
No, I know that person.
Oh.
First Lady of Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
so
She was a black woman too.
yeah, I don't know that one. I know a black woman is now the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, boy, the New York Stock Exchange have come a long way, boy. From 23 years ago to now. Well, it's more than 23 years now. But they have come, they have made significant strides, because I used to be on the diversity committee. Let me see. Oh, I know where it is. Hold on. I gotta go here. I used to be on the diversity committee, and then they have made some significant strides, man. Here we go, Diana. This is it here. This is it here. 150 people were stranded.
Oui.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. Why are they putting you out here to come explain it? So what are we doing?
That's crazy.
Yeah, we didn't get no emails, nothing. So where's Caribbean Airlines? Where are your superiors? Yeah, that's what.
Well, I think it's easy, right? Let me see one more what we have here. People, I know they go have a Merry Christmas. Okay, that is the Ministry of Health and Oh, we had to play this one, boy. We didn't play this one last time.
Commissioner of Police for Tobago is refuting claims that police have been targeting PDP supporters.
You have seen them gathered there. I took the time to go to speak with them and advise them. Did anyone get arrested? And then where is the evidence of targeting? Let me tell you something. That is what we call an epistemological transcendental. It's nonsensical, unfounded, and foolish.
And call me the big wood man. Big wood man. Big wood man. The big wood man. The big wood man.
You know, you had to give the fella credit, boy. That was a big one.
Epistemological. Oh Lord. He sit down and inhale the dictionary.
Yep. All right, so folks. Oh, Diana.
Yeah. Well, let me just say good night.
No. Who good? No, the
I don't
person
know.
coming.
But I just want to say good night. Diana, Vida's in. Diana drove 5 hours today. Diana's a little tired. All right, so I will see you beautiful people on Thursday. Be safe, wash everything possible, social distance, or take the vaccine. Have a blessed night, everyone. Good night.
All right. Tommy, go ahead.
Well, I have 2 little things to say. I like to say, take risk. If you win, you will be happy. If you lose, you will be wise. Also, this one is by Bill Bradley. You remember Bill Bradley of New Jersey? He says, ambition is the path to success. Persistence is the vehicle you arrive in. A pleasant good night to each and every one, and we'll see you on Thursday, God willing.
There you go. Let me say, Daryl Superstar. Daryl, thank you. Daryl said, handsome, I like your background on the WZYE 95.9 FM Trini Christmas. Thank you very much. Big up to everyone. Yeah, man. We celebrating Christmas in style, man. We celebrating. Hey, I gotta look for this. Yeah. Hey, Ray Stelt, I seen what happening in St. Vincent. But hold up. Ulrich want to know, and someone will you talk like that? Ulrich, you better go back to some of the lives that I did years before, you know. All you think I is
Johnny come lately.
there we go. Thanks, Tony.
Tell them you're not new to it, you're true to it.
There we go. You're not new to it, but we're true to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I said Ray Stelt, Troy Smith, and where Ray Stelt comment. Yeah, boy, the show go till 12 a.m. by Ray Stelt, boy. Play when Rowley choke. We go play that tomorrow. I mean, Stelt, I don't know if there's your closing comment. I'm going to get real high for New Year's, and whatever happened in 2022, I hope I still have health and strength. All right, Ray Stelt. I mean, if that is your comment, you know, that is what it is. Let me go back. Going back.
Oh, Lord.
What's that? Heidi says, when did us read this non-farm payroll? Heidi, I don't know what that is now. I know what that is. Okay.
Nadia. Good night, Nadia. You said be safe.
Troy Smith, Rowley have my monies too long in his pocket. I want my monies. Troy Smith, that is not closing comment, man. And we have one other one, eh? There you go, Albert Montano. Good talk show is good for the soul, and honesty is the best policy, so keep it that way. Full 100. If you don't like honesty, I will tell you. You know, that is the way it is. So, folks, of course, from where I said this is it, the cock of the wall, so that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds, you lose 1 minute of anger. Change does not roll in on wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle. And so we must straighten our backs and work for our freedom. A man can't ride you unless your back is bent. So we're going to go out tonight with, who's this one, boy? No, we already had that Volney one. We had that
yes.
one.
I see Ray Stelt say good night, Tommy. Good night, Ray Stelt.
Ray Stelt Bomber?
Ray Stelt said night, Tommy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so folks, yeah, we had a little marathon tonight, you know. A marathon one tonight. Tommy, what we go out with tonight, boy? Pick one up. Let me see if I could find one real quick.
I attack them with full force, man.
Yeah. We go with that one. We go with that one.
Because he came on really nice tonight.
Yeah.
He's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm glad he makes himself available if they need his expertise, because he's well versed.
Yeah, but the man, that thing is early in the morning there, you know.
I know.
You know what I mean? 4 in the morning, you know.
I know. It's 7 hours ahead of us, no?
Yeah, 7 hours, man.
That means that he's going to bed 5 o'clock.
Correct is right.
5:30.
Yep. Well, you know, I mean, I don't know if we have done interviews on other stations, but you know, people doesn't like to hear from them guys and them for some reason, you know. I don't know why.
Hey, that's why there's the village, WZYE.
There you go. That's why there's the village, man. We give them guys, and them guys and them know when they come, they, you know, it's no short little fly by night thing, you know what I mean?
And nobody ain't trying to shut them up either. Let them talk. Let them say what's on their mind.
See what you have to say.
I'd like you to sit back, relax, put your hand together as I make room for Wayne Hayde, better known as Watchman, attack with full force.
I've been accused of being a traitor. They say it's I who caused Abu Bakr to hijack the parliament and kick up them big boys in government. Because the first thing them fellas do after they stage the coup is to play all them calypso that was banned from the radio. But the ink ain't dry on the amnesty. The rulers talking censorship already. Either they bounce their head in the brawl, or they never had no sense to start with at all. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing. Robbie and the boys might be listening. Well, if they are, they must realize that people still cussing that they survive. But I say Ibaka did shoot them down. This year, I'd have nobody to come. With all the big talk and arrogance, they belittle them by making them drop their pants. Cause I hear as soon as the trousers fall, all the big boys in there turned out to be small. So who vex the vex? Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course, then I'm attacking them with full force. They say they can't find a reason why they ain't lock up my tail for treason. Well, if they're preaching conspiracy, examine the horns in their own party. We all know that the Speaker Nizam was friendly with that same Imam, but when he take over Parliament, fortunately Nizam was absent. And a well-known, youthful and smart AG named his son after black Muslim Stokely. But when he boss pants was by his knees, he was tiptoeing out with the tea ladies. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing. Tony and the boys might be listening. Well, they should tell me who is the clown that Andy Thomas get a free pardon from. Rather than hanging by neck till dead, he get a license to shoot more police instead. And Sharp brother join this new mutiny, like revolution that's run in them family. But if it's empty, we did blow away Rafi Shah, we'd never hear a boo from any backer. So who vex the vex? Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course, then I'm attacking them with full force. The ruling party is a disaster, but the opposition no better. Manning and Marshall can't find a way, like Palm throw some pea on the Balize. And NJAC is a non-starter, they don't fall down on their own dagger. And you can't rig a election just as easy as a ISO competition. And if a certain party take over, the leader will pass a law against Douglas. But if you ask him about the fact, I'm sure he go say, well, I'll drink to that. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing. Pandy and the boys might be listening, but tell them that John Public want to know if Moon and pay off all them people he owe, and if they make Amar a senator for selling people overpriced motor car. But they go dead in opposition. Muna can't make mountain from no heap of sand. Them jokers they choose causing big protests. They like Morgan Job in a beauty contest. So who vex could vex? Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course, then I'm attacking them with full force.